Hey everyone, welcome, welcome. We are going to get started here with Minnebar 2021. Who's excited? I'm Maria Plussel. I'm the Executive Director of MinneStar. We're really happy to have you here today at beautiful Target Field, and we're also happy to have everyone who is watching on our live stream back home, so thank you so much. So a couple housekeeping items for all of us here today. Restrooms are right around this corner. And we do have folks that are going to be engaging online. So engage in the chat, get to know one another, be kind, and be welcoming. So we do have, on that note, we have a code of conduct. If you have not seen it before, many of you have, but it's at minnestar.org/code-of-conduct. We do take that really seriously. We want everyone to experience a welcoming, inclusive, and fun environment here today. So, couple of thank yous before we get started. Can you raise your hand if you are you have been a MinneStar volunteer, community supporter, sponsor, if your company's a sponsor, if you're a board member. Okay, huge round of applause for these people because this is what really makes it happen with all of these events. MinneStar is a community organization, and that means it takes a village, truly. So thank you all so much for coming. We do have, if you've never been to our big Minnebar event, which usually gets held in the spring, that is going to be happening this spring back at Best Buy. So make sure that you are on our mailing list to know exactly when that date is. Last time we had it in person, it was 2019. We had 1,500 people at Best Buy. Many of you were there, and 150 different sessions. And the beauty of that event is that it is the largest and longest running tech unconference in the Western Hemisphere. It is completely user-generated, participant-led. Anyone can submit a session, and the community puts what they want to see most. And we put people in appropriate size rooms, and that's it. So we're really, really excited about that. So that's kind of another one that we have coming up here. So without further ado, we're going to get the party started here with our very first presenter. I'm excited to present Jeff Sussna, who's going to be talking about delivering strategic outcomes with Scrum and Kanban. Here you go, Jeff.
Thanks, Maria. I am so happy to be here. I'm so happy to be someplace that isn't my house or the supermarket. I'm also really happy to be giving an in-person talk. I'm the kind of person I have a really hard time giving a talk if I can't walk around. So sitting or standing in front of a little webcam is really, really hard for me. My background is more years than I care to admit at this point of designing, building, and running large software systems. I'm closing in on my 11th of those years running a consulting firm here in the Twin Cities. Our clients are product and service organizations, and what they all have in common, whether it's a product-facing, customer-facing product team, or an IT department, or even a nonprofit that's supporting homeless people, is the need to evolve both what they deliver and how they deliver it. So we provide coaching and workshops that helps them learn how to use Agile and Lean and service design together in order to continuously evolve with their customers' needs. And we often get brought into an organization that is doing some form of Agile or DevOps and not quite getting the results they're expecting. You could think of us as a tuning and repair shop. You know, we're doing Scrum, we have an SRE team, but why aren't we getting the gas mileage we were promised? And there's lots for us to do, and there's lots of low-hanging fruit. One of the most common ones is helping teams make their work smaller. We have 2-week sprints, and we have 8-day user stories. But at some point, everyone runs into the same issue, which is the Agile team bumps up against product management and design and leadership and even customers, and there's this tension between agility on the one hand and strategy or product vision or strategic direction on the other hand. And this manifests in a number of ways. I have conversations with executives who say, well, we know we need empowered autonomous teams, but how can we trust them to make good business decisions? Scrum Masters and Agile coaches and product owners all worry about, well, how do we make sure that everybody understands why we're building what we're building? So that teams aren't just sort of pounding out one feature after another without any context to their work. Designers and product managers are stressed about how do we actually make meaningful experience improvements and not just chip away at the edges making little incremental improvements because we're stuck in these 1 week or 2 week increments. And finally, ultimately, the idea of telling your customers, well, we can't tell you anything about anything beyond the next 2 weeks doesn't really fly. And the classic way that this manifests is the dreaded Agile fall, where you have a very traditional feature and date-based roadmap, and then you chop it up into lots of little pieces and micromanage it. And one of my favorite experiences was a presentation where somebody stood up and presented a very traditional waterfall roadmap that said, this is what we're going to do in Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, but because we're Agile, we might change the dates. In other words, the roadmap was a work of fiction, and its primary purpose was to frustrate people because he was saying up front, we're going to make a set of promises and we're not going to keep them. Now, a lot of people say that Agile fall is Agile done wrong, but I think the problem is more complex than that. It really represents this mismatch between what are we doing now and where are we trying to go. And the truth about Agile is it doesn't have much to say about the connection between those two things. It kind of leaves it as an exercise for the student. So how do we put those two together? How do we bring agility and strategy together so that they don't fight against each other? And the answer is actually really simple. It's not easy, but it's simple. It involves managing both strategy and tactics in terms of outcomes instead of outputs. So instead of talking about how many touchdowns you scored and how many interceptions you had, did you win the game? If you had 5 touchdowns and 4 interceptions and the other team had 4 touchdowns and no interceptions, but they had 3 field goals, guess what? They win and you lose. So at the strategic level, we can talk about outcomes like, imagine if Slack were actually an effective tool for controlling information overload. They say that that's part of their value proposition, but we all complain about how it actually makes the problem worse instead of better. Or you have a website that's very slow and your customers are very frustrated. How about getting rid of that frustration as an outcome? Or you have an online invoicing service that people use. And in order to understand the state of my business and my revenue, I have to look a lot of different places. It's very disjointed. So what I want to do is I want to streamline the process of understanding the state of my business. At the tactical level, we can talk about things like, well, let's let Slack users filter out unimportant posts. So if somebody posts something to the team channel of, well, we're going to Arby's for lunch, you know what, I'm busy, I don't want to know about that. But if what they post is we have an outage and everybody has to get on a bridge, I want to know about that. Or let's make the home page 50% faster as the first part of getting rid of our customers' frustration. Or maybe if I want to understand how much revenue should I expect to get this quarter, if I can see my outstanding invoices and my unbilled time together, that'll be really helpful. And the thing about all of these is we've said absolutely nothing yet of what we're going to build or how we're going to build it in order to achieve those outcomes. And so we can take this idea of managing outcomes and we can actually build it into the way we already do Agile. So when we're planning, instead of saying, well, our sprint goal for this sprint is we're going to finish 24 user stories, our sprint goal becomes we want to reduce frustration over slow performance by 25%. Stand-ups. I could give an entire talk. I could probably run a whole day workshop about my opinions about stand-ups and good stand-ups and bad stand-ups. And one of my pet peeves is the stand-up where everybody goes around and they say, I'm working on story 1, 2, 3, no blockers. I'm working on story 4, 5, 6, no blockers. Well, that's interesting, but it's not actually all that useful. Imagine instead where somebody stands up and says, today I made the home page 15% faster. Now that's interesting, that's motivating, that's useful. Or maybe they say, I thought I was going to make it 15% faster, but I actually made it 20% slower. Now you have something you can use to inspect and adapt, which is what your stand-up's supposed to be about. And finally, you do a retro, and you thought that there were 10 pages that you needed to fix in order to make things faster. And you find out you only got 3 of them done, but customer frustration went down by 40%. You did less work than you planned, but the outcome was even better. Now, before we go any further, I want to say something about this word outcome, because you can read a lot about outcomes over outputs, and it's somewhat confusing, and in my opinion, they tend to skip over an important step. When you look at things like OKRs or lean UX or hypothesis-driven development, you'll find this little algebra that goes something like this. We believe that if we build feature X, it will cause change in customer behavior Y that will lead to desired business outcome Z. So we'll make this change, and users will look at more pages, and that will drive more ad revenue. But why are customers changing their behavior? What is the benefit to them? How does it help them accomplish something they want to accomplish? So what we're really talking about here is shifting our focus somewhat away from this is what we're doing and this is where we want to go, to this is what our customers are trying to do and this is why they need our help. And asking this question, why, about the work we're doing or the work we're proposing to do is really powerful. It's shown that when people understand why they're doing what they're doing, quality goes up, motivation goes up, productivity goes up. Your testing is better because you aren't just testing whether the widget flashes 3 times when it's supposed to flash 3 times. You're also testing whether a flashing widget actually does what the user needs it to do. And because you're focused on the customer and what they're trying to do and not just on yourself, you deliver customer value. But perhaps most powerfully, and what I'm really trying to talk about today, is that when everyone is aligned on outcomes, there's freedom to figure out how to get there, which gives us exactly this combination of strategy and alignment on the one hand and agility on the other. And we can use this to engage in what we might call lean strategy, which is this notion of continuously refining your ability to both understand and deliver what it is your customers need. And we can do it by asking 4 simple yet really powerful questions. First, what help do our customers need? What is it they can't do on their own that we might help them do? Secondly, how are we promising to help them? What are we allowing them to do to achieve that goal? Third, how well do we actually fulfill those promises? And those 3 questions allow us to ask the 4th one, which is, how can we become more helpful? Both by fulfilling our existing promises more effectively and by making more useful ones. So if we use Slack as an example, what is the need? Why do you need Slack? Or why do you think you need Slack? In order to get work done together across boundaries. If everybody's sitting in the same room at the same time and you all have the same manager, you don't need Slack, you just talk to each other. So how does Slack promise to help you? Well, it allows you to have structured conversations so you don't just have this pile of stuff sitting in your inbox that are both real-time and non-real-time. So we can be chatting, and then one of us can go to lunch and then come back from lunch and see what happened in the meantime and re-engage with the conversation. Another promise that Slack makes is the ability to manage information overload. And as we know, doesn't do so well on that front. And so once we ask these questions, we can start to create a roadmap of what the answers are. Now, we talked about product roadmaps a lot, but most of the time they're not actually maps. They're routes. A map is something that shows you a landscape, where you are, what's around you. It allows you to ask, where do we want to go and how might we get there? If we're in New York City and we want to get to Poughkeepsie, we can look at the map and we can say, well, we can take the highway. It's fast, but it's kind of boring. Or we can take the back roads that looks like it's probably really pretty, but it goes through a lot of towns, so it'll probably be slow. And most importantly, it allows you the answer to the question of what do we do when things change? So you're driving along on your back roads and it's really pretty, but it's really, really slow because all the leaf peepers are out. And you say, well, it's getting late. We're not going to make it to the hotel on time. We really need to hop on the highway. Or we're not going to make it at all. We need to find a hotel in the next town. And so when we have a value-based map, which is really a map, we can represent this very simply in a visual format. For those of you who are familiar with Wordly maps, this is a simplified version of a Wordly map. If you look at it from the top down, the top row is the need. Slack lets you get work done together across boundaries. The middle row is how you help them fulfill that need, structured conversations, creating channels on the fly, so on and so forth. The bottom row is what you need in order to keep your promises. So if Slack is a system where people are coming and going very dynamically, they probably need elastic, scalable infrastructure. And then if you arrange things from left to right, it shows you how effectively you keep each of those promises. So Slack is pretty good in general, but there's this thing hanging off on the left, information overload, which is a problem. And so maybe Slack decides we need to solve that. We need to transform Slack into a truly effective tool for controlling information overload. Wow, that sounds like a great objective in the OKR language. It's compelling, it's challenging, it's aspirational, it's directional. This is your product strategy. We are going to make our tool effective in this area where it's not at all effective now. And then the next step is to ask, well, how are we going to get there? What's the next step or the first step we're going to take along the way? And maybe it's to allow users to filter out posts that aren't important. So we can look at this and we can see the landscape of what our product is and what its value proposition is. We can see the operational reality. How good are we at all of the things we claim we can do? We can see our strategic direction, and we can see the next step along that path all in one place. And we can use that to have conversations and make decisions and remake decisions as things change. We implemented this thing, it didn't really help as much as we thought. We need to try something else. Or maybe we did it, and you know what? 50% of the Twitter snark about Slack suddenly disappeared. Maybe that's good enough. We can move on and do something else. So when we actually start mapping and talking about things from a value perspective, it allows us to bring agility and strategy together. First of all, because we're talking about evolution. We're talking about getting better in some meaningful direction. We're not just talking about spitting out the next set of features. Secondly, it leaves the freedom to inspect and adapt, which is at the heart of what Agile is about. And the key here, what this is really all about, is when we align with customers and with each other in terms of the outcomes that we're trying to create, it allows us to have this very flexible yet coherent approach to things. So that's great, but how do you actually do it? How do we go from where we are where most of us are used to this model where whether it's waterfall or whether it's agile, what we're trying to do is ship the next set of features, finish the next set of user stories. How do we make this transition? And the answer is to start where you are. So you can take your Jira board, or whatever you're using, you can take your epics and your user stories, and you can ask yourself, well, what is the customer value that's associated with this piece of work that we've already decided to do? Why are we doing it? Now, one of the things that I've learned is that shifting your way of thinking from what to why, from output to outcome, is a lot harder than it seems. And I discovered a nice little trick for doing it. I was working with a DevOps team, and one of their user stories was to build a Kubernetes version of their application. It was a very complicated multi-tier app. It was very hard to configure properly. So they were going to port it to Kubernetes. And I sat down with the engineer who was working on it, and I said, well, what is the customer promise behind this story? And he said, well, it's right in the title, Kubernetes version of our app. And then, without really thinking about it, I said, well, if the CEO walked over to your desk and said, why am I paying you to do this work? What would you say? And he instantaneously, without thinking about it, had a really good answer. He said, well, when we're done, any engineer can test their changes against a production-like version of the application anytime they want. And I said, wow, that's fantastic. If I were the CEO, I would be really happy I was paying you to do that work. The other thing about it is it gives us a much better definition of success. So if we have this nice Kubernetes version of the app and it spins itself up in 50 milliseconds, but you need a PhD in Helm charts to make it work, it's not successful. Or if all you have to do is push a button, but it takes an hour and a half to spin itself up, it's also not successful. If you are in an environment where you are being driven by or driving yourself from business objectives, you can ask yourself, what customer value could we deliver that would meet or lead to this business objective? So you can kind of work backwards and inject an understanding of customer benefit into what you're doing. And then finally, and most importantly, and this is the point where the strategy meets the agility, what is the smallest step we can take to move in this direction? You know, the problem with strategic progress or meaningful improvements isn't that you're doing work in small pieces. That's actually a really good way to innovate. The problem is when you're just kind of doing random work, right? Let's change all the buttons from blue to green, now we're done. Let's build this new widget, now we're done. Let's do this new integration, now we're done. But when we have a strategic direction in terms of what value we're trying to deliver, then we can talk about making small steps that are going in some direction and getting us to where we want to go strategically. And when I talk to folks about actually mapping this way, they're unsure of how to get started. Well, you're talking about doing strategy. So does that mean that we have to start at the top? Does it have to come from the executives or the head of product management or whatever the case may be? And the answer is no, you can start anywhere. I've done this with private cloud teams inside of IT departments. I've done it with manual QA groups who are wondering, what is our job going to be in a year now that we have continuous delivery and everything's automated and developers are doing all their testing, all their own testing? You know, how do we evolve to provide value to the organization if we're not sitting there writing test plans and manually executing tests? And again, you can kind of back your way into it of just starting by saying, okay, what are our features? What do we do? What do we build? And then asking, well, what do those features let customers do? Right? The invoicing service, when I create an invoice, it should allow me to send a request for payment to a client that satisfies all of the client's formatting requirements. If you're like me and you do consulting and you work with large organizations, and some of them are European, they all have these different requirements that if you don't have this thing in exactly the right place, the invoice will get rejected, which is not what you want. And then from there, you can ask, well, what is all of this stuff actually helping the customer achieve? And then finally, well, what are we good at? What are we not so good at in terms of achieving all of these goals? And on one level, if you want to know where your strengths and weaknesses are, if you want to know how you are and aren't fulfilling your promises to your customers, just ask support, because they know, because they hear it. But at some level, you also need to do research. And I'll tell you, in my experience, one of the very best and most humbling things you can do is get an opportunity to just watch your customers try to use your product. And you're not allowed to say anything, you're not allowed to help them, you're not allowed to give them hints, you just have to watch. And it can be really, really painful and really humbling and make you go back and say, oh, this really nice JavaScript code I wrote is really lousy because it's really hard to use. So on that note, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure walking around here in front of all of you for 25 minutes. If you are interested in value-based management, mapping, talk to me. I love to talk about it. I love to do it. Thanks, everyone.
All right, welcome back. I am Antoinette Smith. I'm one of the MinneStar board members, and I want to thank Jeff for his last talk. And I want to introduce our next speaker, Ahnaf Prio, with junior developer Level Up. Please give him a hand.
Okay. I know we just gave me a round of applause, but can we give another round of applause for these amazing organizers over here? Like, could not do this without you, and it's amazing to be out here and actually getting to connect with the community. So my name is Ahnaf Prio. I am an engineering consultant at Secure and Financial. I work on the customer platform team. I'm also the CTO of Tableau. It's an emerging startup based out of restaurant tech. And if there's anything you need to know about me, is that I love building things. So I tried to do this presentation kind of like along the same theme / plot line of my favorite movie, which is Zombieland. And Zombieland starts out by giving you a little bit more of the origin story. So I love building things, but why do I? So back in 2017, I'm originally from Bangladesh, and back in 2017, I was a physics major at the University of Minnesota Morris, and I was terrible at it. I was ready to drop out of college, so I went over to meet my friends in New York, and I was like, this last summer, and then I'm going to go back home. And I was working on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan at I Love New York gift store. I was like, okay, going to go back home. Before that, I'm just going to sell some souvenir products. As I kept working and working, I realized that store did not have any online presence. I had never written a single line of code in my entire life. I don't know even how programming works. But I went up to the owner one day. I'm like, hey, man, do you want a website? He's like, do you know how to build it? I'm like, well, I can figure it out. And fast forward, that entire summer, I was working there, and on the sides on the weekends, I would just find a cozy cafe, and I was working on this website. I had no idea how websites operate, but I looked up online, figured out that WordPress is a thing, and figured out you can make a WooCommerce website pretty easily. And I was like, this is amazing. It felt like playing a game of Legos. As a kid, I was obsessed with Legos, but like I put all these things together, and then at the end of the day, I could take a step back and realize, oh my God, I built this. Isn't this amazing? Sometimes it would be very ugly, but sometimes, even when it's ugly, I'm like, well, I did this. And I just fell in love with that entire feeling, right? And then I kept on chasing that feeling. I came back to Minnesota, went to my advisor, and was like, physics isn't working out. I'm going to do computer science. She was like, OK, if you say so. So I switched to computer science. Me and my friends built out this healthcare Angular app. It's a web application. Learned a little bit more. And I was like, oh my God, I want to chase this feeling for the rest of my life. I want to keep building things. So I reached out to some other friends. Fast forward, I ended up working on this music streaming app called Gone. They're trying to be the Spotify in Bangladesh. That's where I'm originally from, and I love music. So I was like, sign me up. I'll help you build out that app. I also worked as a consultant for this San Francisco guy who wanted to make a website of all the jazz concerts happening in the Bay Area for the weekend. So I was like, hey, man, I found him randomly online. I'm like, you need a guy to make you that website? Sign me up. So I kept on chasing those things. And for the next 3 years, I built a lot of random stuff. These are like one of the most randomest stuff I've built. And I loved it. I tried to build an Alexa bot. I was like, can I talk about Google? Like, can I talk to my speaker? How do people do it? I looked up online, tried to figure things out. Let me remind you, I was still in college, so I tried to build a lot of dumb stuff too. I tried to build a party app. I tried to make a Cupid app. I tried to make a bot that can talk like me. I tried to make a bot that talks like my friend Chris. Also made a dad joke app and tried to make a Tinder auto swiper. We're not taking questions about that today. All right, so now that you guys know my origin story, let me give you, in the spirit of Zombieland, the trips and tricks that I learned over the last 4 years trying to build out these things. The first thing that I learned is the best piece of code is no code. Engineers love building things. I love building things. I was like, I don't know what I'm building, just give me the Lego pieces. Let me build something out for you, right? But here's an example where I realized the best piece of code is no code at all. You can't be trying to solve problems that do not exist. And even when you're trying to solve a problem through engineering, you got to figure out what's the best solution there. Like, you got to support this. You got to maintain this. As an engineer, now that like has to support things, man, just do the simple things. leave the complex stuff for more complex problems if it demands it to be. So here's an example. So I work for Securian, and we have daily stand-ups, right? And one person leads the stand-up, kind of. So we were like, we need to keep a rotation of our 12 team members of who's going to lead the stand-up today. I was working on my AWS certification. I was like, say less. I'm going to build out these Lambdas connected to the DynamoDB database. I'm going to put this React up on an S3. Oh, let's put it on a VPC, because, like, well, we can't have public-facing people actually see our things. 3 days in, I had no code written and an architecture diagram that wasn't going to get created, because I needed so many different things to build this out. Day 4, I walked up, and my engineering lead, Paul Greenlee, solved the problem without writing any code. He was like, well, you know, like, GitHub allows you to do PR reviews. Like, well, just put on a checklist over there, and we can keep rotating. 5 minutes for Paul, 3 days of me trying to build certain things. So clearly you can tell that sometimes the easiest win, just take it, because don't try to overcomplicate problems. All right. So now the second thing that I learned, seek out constructive criticism. I feel like a lot of times we try to be too hard on ourselves, where you're like, I don't know, like everyone, I think engineers go through imposter syndrome the most, where they're like, am I even good enough? Am I writing the right code? There were days where I was like, if only the client knew that I have no idea what I'm doing and I'm just Googling things together and hoping things work, right? But with that being said, another aspect of it, you're only going to get better if you get to know what you need to get better on. First of all, be confident about the things that you're doing. And we're trying to solve problems here. It doesn't matter if you're like spending time on Google. Use your resources. That's actually a prop to you. You knew how to use the tool sets around you to get the job done. But something that I learned is you gotta put yourself out there. I took PR reviews very seriously. If I wrote a piece of code and someone commented that, hey, maybe we could do this better, maybe we could do this a little differently, have you thought about this? I actually realized if I spend some time thinking about it, even if at the end of the day I did not make any code changes according to the review, I was learning from that entire discussion. And sometimes you just need to ask the right questions. Like, you got to talk to your fellow engineers and ask them, your product people, ask them like, hey, is there anything I could do better? If you're actually seeking out growth, you got to ask the right questions. Like, I am a pretty informal person. I would walk up and go on these walks with people, or like we're hanging out at a happy hour. I'd be like, hey, do you know, can you tell me anything that I could have done better? Do you think there's stuff I could improve on? Very vague words, stuff. And then like kind of ask them the right questions, because if you're not going to tell me how I'm going to get better. I've also tried like random, crazy, beating around the bush approaches. Like in a hypothetical situation, Dan, where I could be a supercomputer and solve all our problems, what are some of the nanochips I should acquire to reach supercomputer stage? In short, man, can you tell me what I should work on? So with that theme of mentorship and actually seeking out things, the third thing that I learned is get a mentor. They help a lot. And there are people all around you, and people want you to succeed. They want to help you grow and learn and be better engineers and like better humans in general. And a big part of my life, I feel like I gotten better throughout, not because I was doing things in a room by myself and learning from my mistakes. It was because I had a mentor that I could bounce off ideas with and actually ask the right questions about. I think mentors help a lot, trying to give you that career direction of where you want to go. And I just wanted to give you like a quick like 3-step process of how I think, like for most of my ones, how I got my mentors. Like you gotta find, number one is you gotta find someone in your field or someone who's really passionate about the same things that you are. Like if you're into computer security and you want to like down the road be a security guy, find that person in your company who's the security lead, or find that one person that you interacted with who knows more than you and would probably be a good resource to bounce off ideas of. So that's step number one, identify the target. Step number two is ask them if you can schedule a couple of one-on-ones with them. Most people people are busy, but you'll be surprised by the number of humble people out there who want to actually mentor people to be better. Like in a company like I work for, if I reached out to my architects and I said, hey, can I schedule some sessions once a month with you? Chances are they're going to say yes, and they have said yes, because that benefits them too. When they mentor other people who are better, that's benefiting all of us. And they're getting really good leadership skills out of it too. So that's step number 2. Ask them, like, hey, can I schedule a couple of one-on-ones with you? Can we meet bi-weekly? Can I even shoot you some emails or messages sometimes to just be like, is this the right way to do things? Number 3, prepare actual questions. I'm not going to try to like throw buzzwords like ask smart questions and things like that, but ask them the right questions that you really want an answer for. Like I have spent a lot of time trying to beat around the bush and be like, how do you get to be better? Yeah, that's a good question to say, but like if you're asking your tech lead, how do you get to be better? Like, what do you mean by that? At engineering, at collaboration, what aspect, what are we trying to do? So ask them exactly. Like I remember asking my CTO, it's like, you seem to be really good at delegating. Clearly, you run an entire department at delegation. And a lot of times, you're probably not the subject matter expert, but the people who are reporting to you are subject matter experts. How do you do this? How do you like manage people who are experts and you're not? And those are actual questions I wanted to learn because I know down the road, I was going to work with other product people, QA people that I don't know, but I really wanted to learn how to work with in a in an environment where people are just like good at different skills and which are not my skills. All right, so yeah, ask them the right questions. So those are my 3-step processes. Find the target, schedule some time, and actually ask real questions so that you can benefit from them. The other things that I've learned is working with other developers opens up this entire realm of all these things you can learn. Everyone likes to solve problems differently, and chances are they will give you a learning opportunity that would be really beneficial. Like I have worked with developers and Securian that has helped me a lot, and that like we're not on my team. I'm like, oh wow, I never thought about it that way, that we could solve this. I've worked with engineers back in India, back in Bangladesh, who have a unique way of solving their problems. Everyone has their own different cultures. And chances are, like throughout your entire engineering career, you gotta work with a lot of different people. So working with other developers opens you up to actually learn from them, and also like bouncing off ideas, teach them too. There are a lot of times in this collaboration session, someone is learning from you. Don't forget that like you're pretty good at what you do too. And this collaboration moments goes both ways. Some of the things that has helped out a lot for me is like we pair program a lot, and I think pair programming is a really good exercise where you actually get to solve these problems and actually have someone to bounce off those ideas with. Like I think out loud a lot. So at first I was like a little skeptical. Like as I'm solving a problem, I'm like I hum random songs that are in my head. Last time I was like Frozen's Olaf Summer song. Right? I'm like, okay, I don't know if I should be pair programming on this. But as I was doing this, I had a really fun time pair programming with my friend Ben. And he actually taught me about a couple of things that are supposed to be things that I should be better at. But what I want to say is like, don't be weird about it, thinking that, okay, I need to make sure that I'm on my like top game right now, pair programming. It's a collaboration effort, and we're both learning from each other. Something that we have tried very recently is mobbing. I don't know if you guys know about mobbing. So we've just been experimenting with this for over a sprint. That was a really fun time too. I'll be honest, I was that person in that group who was very distracting because I was like, all my friends and engineers are here. Where there would be times in like the Teams chat, I would like put down emojis, and then my engineering lead was like, Ahnaf, concentrate. But it was a really fun experience, and I actually got to learn from the other side of like the other engineers what they were working on and benefit from it. So now, down to the last one that I feel like this is the one that I hold really close to my heart. It's okay to fail. Like I feel like we think about a lot in our head, like, do I know how to do this? Do I really need to, can I actually build this out? And I feel like we should normalize failing a little bit more, especially when you're a junior developer. No one is expecting you to like invent the next metaverse, right? Like go out and build out apps, and if your product person is like saying, hey, I want to build this out, or your engineering lead is like saying, hey, I want someone to take this task, and you're not an expert in it, but you're interested, raise your hands anyway. Like, hey, I don't know how to do this, but can I give a shot at it? And try it out. And chances are people will realize that you're going to try your best, and that's all that matters. This is probably one of my favorite code ever. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wade Zesky, Michael Scott. So yeah. let's shoot your shot. The number of tasks that I have like signed myself up for where I had no idea what I'm doing is too long to even count anymore. But every time, even when I didn't solve there were multiple times I didn't solve the problem. But even when I didn't, I learned so much from that experience that it all adds up. I think we should, as a junior developer, you should seek out every opportunity you can get, provided you find it interesting or is it good for you, and then just shoot your shot. So a couple of other things that I wanted to gear towards is like, technology moves really fast, right? So when I started, I was building out a website, then a web app, and then I was like mobile apps, and now I'm trying to do Alexa stuff, Tinder's auto swiper, whatever. So how do you keep track of things? And like, if you're like a junior developer, how do you actually get access to all these different tools? So I was going to list a couple of the tools that I personally found very, very useful. The GitHub Student Developer Pack, when I was in college, was like a game changer. The amount of free credits that I was getting to host my DigitalOcean droplets, like the amount of very stupid things I've built out on that platform is like crazy. Anywho, but I learned a lot from it. AWS even gives you a free tier, right? So go over there, build things on the cloud, experiment with it. Who's watching? It doesn't matter. Go out there and chase it down. I really like Code Academy. I felt like I'm like more of a hands-on learner, so I had like an entire walkthrough where I was actually coding against like the website, just like you can run the compiler on the web application itself. So I found Code Academy super useful. Free Code Camp is one of my favorites too. But if you learn a little differently than I do, like read those books. Like I have had a lot. I am personally not that person who buys a new book every time I need to learn something new, but I do know people who do. And it's so good to actually submerge yourself into that depth of knowledge. If you want to try to learn about GraphQL, go buy that O'Reilly book. You want to learn about Alexa skills, go read about it. Chances are there's probably even a free PDF out there, and you don't even have to spend time on this, right? So even with that being said, if you're interested in something that you really find passionate about, you don't know how to go about it, there's no books about it, I doubt it. There's no people you can talk to about, use Google. Like, Google's your best friend. It's literally out there. Chances are someone's passionate about the same things that you are, and someone wrote an article about it. The number of times that I've like gone down this Reddit rabbit hole or Medium article hole where I was just learning about things that I'm passionate about that I've never worked on is too many, and I've learned and enjoyed every moment of it. So yeah, that was my entire talk. I wanted to give a bit of a time for a Q&A session if you guys have any questions. But if there's anything that I could leave you guys with, I feel like as a junior developer, you have a lot of opportunities. The world is your oyster. Carpe diem. Go fail. Can we do Q&A, or Ben, are we good? All right.
Hello. Is everyone ready to talk about Scikit or any of the other machine learning frameworks? Who's super stoked about K-nearest neighbors? Who's stoked about K-nearest neighbors? So thank you so much to Maria and everyone else for getting all of this coordinated. It's so awesome to see everyone back in person again-ish, even behind a mask or whatever. Our next speaker, Ramsey Schaffer, if I said that correctly, is going to be talking about something that I was thinking about recently. So every time I see a stock dip because of bad press, I'm like, I should write a sentiment analyzer to just hook into the Robinhood API. And then I was like, no, I'm too dumb for that. But Ramsey isn't. So big round of applause to Ramsey.
You set that up perfectly. Thank you. I don't need that. All right, that was the perfect introduction. I couldn't have done it better myself. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. Like you said, I'm Ramsey. I'm a co-founder of a website called Babel. Me and a few other guys outside our day jobs are putting together a website that does exactly like he said, analyzes the news to help us, predict the stock market and make good decisions. So, as you're probably guessing right now, the name of the game for this talk will be stock market sentiment. I need my clicker. And specifically, we'll be talking about the news and how to write code that finds good stock market insights automatically within the news. So before I get started, a quick show of hands. How many of you in this room have invested a little bit on your own in the markets? Robinhood, maybe E-Trade, something. Okay, nice, awesome. That's more than I was expecting. Okay, so for those of you who have and haven't, the name of the game for stock market, its success consistently seems to come down to reading. I think 90% of successful investing can be equated to reading, whether that's charts, news articles, social media posts, company filings, all of this information, you compile it together to find credible information, make educated and timely decisions, and ultimately try to make some money, right? Of course, what you're seeing here from the example is that there's a vast abundance of information, too much for a single person to read on their own. Tesla, for example, thousands of tweets every hour, millions of posts and articles every year. It would take a single human being a year to read everything published about Tesla in a single day. So it's obviously unfeasible to read it all, gauge the aggregate mood by yourself, but what if there was ways to do that with a computer? And I think if I were to summarize this slide, for most DIY investors, the problem isn't just lack of information, it's the lack of time to find enough information to make a good decision. So how do we find a signal in all of this noise? Well, the solution I will propose to you today is outsourcing that reading to a computer and using some fancy code and some clever logic to do it in a way that helps you identify what's actually worth reading and what makes an impact. But the question here becomes, how do we actually tell a computer how to read the stock market news effectively? And I would summarize this into 4 steps, which we'll be spending the rest of today's talk about. First, getting the news data. Second, cleaning that data and formatting it in a way that you can actually process it with a computer. 3, and most importantly, keyword here, identify valuable features, like we're showing on the right. How do we take that text that we've cleaned and identify names, topics, and the mood about those names and topics, and then also identify past, present, and future tense so that we can ultimately quantify the score of that article for how bullish or bearish the text is about a company. And luckily, I've spent some time working on that myself with Sam, my co-founder. We have a pipeline in place to do that, which I'll walk you through how you can do it yourself. And now for my best Billy Mays impression, we've done this, you can too. All right, so before I get into the actual code, I want to show you guys kind of a quick example of how we've done this in the past to actually make some money in the market. We'll take a look at Kroger. Kroger is a gigantic retail grocer similar to Costco or Amazon. They sell groceries, and they have a lot of stores. And Kroger's stock, specifically over the past 6 months, has done very well, at least up until September. No spoilers, but they were up 40% over the majority of the year, which is pretty impressive, trading at an all-time high, heading into their second quarter earnings report, which was on September 10th. And so Sam and I looked at ourselves and said, okay, the earnings report is generally a good buying or selling opportunity. There's a lot of volatility relating to the stock. Can we guess which direction Kroger is going to go? Is it going to keep going up, or will it fall back down to earth? And so we took a look at the sentiment for Kroger in the news. We analyzed a couple hundred articles published about Kroger over that time. Apologize that the chart's probably a little small, but the gist here is that despite the all-time high stock price, we are seeing extremely bearish or negative sentiment about Kroger in the news, which was kind of counterintuitive, right? High stock price, why would everyone be talking about Kroger with negativity? And so we did a little bit more research. We inputted into some of the algorithms we created, and we felt like we had determined that Kroger was very overhyped in the price relative to what people were saying about it. There's a good case to be made that Kroger stock should go down. And we looked a little bit more into the articles that were being published about Kroger. Why would this sentiment be so negative in the first place? And identified a few main things. First, people were upset about the amount of debt that Kroger had. Second, people were upset with managerial decisions that Kroger was making. Specifically, a lot of people on Twitter and in the news were unhappy that they had elected Elaine Chao to their board of directors. A lot of people were upset about how they were paying their employees during COVID. All of this to say that there was a reasonable case to be made that when Kroger did announce their earnings, the stock would go down. And we had identified this using sentiment and then built the case by actually looking into the articles. So from here, we felt confident that we had made an educated and well-informed decision. What do? We shorted Kroger stock. We bet that Kroger is going to go down over the next few weeks, and then basically waited to see what happened. Kroger released their earnings. Over the next 20 days, the stock fell 17%, ended up making more money than I had anticipated doing. And at the end of the day, felt pretty confident that there was something there, and that sentiment could be a useful tool for identifying when opportunities were available to make or sell stocks. And if you guys are interested in reading more about this specific case, we wrote a report back when we made the decision in early September. It's on our Substack. You can read it for free. But of course, this is just one instance of where you can use sentiment. So let's talk more now about how you can do this yourself, specifically in Python, and some of the tricks of the trade for going through the process like I walked you through earlier. So first things first, we'll talk about step one, which is getting the data. And there's a few ways you can do this. There's a lot of different platforms and I guess strategies for gathering data, one being just scraping the internet yourself. And I should say before I get too deep into this, if this is going to get relatively technical, so if any of you guys are like feeling like it's over your head, just give me one of these and I'll maybe slow down a little bit. And other options too, like APIs, which you can pay for, that will give you data for you. You can get them for articles or social media. Sam and I have chosen to use IEX Cloud, which is a relatively cheap API that gives you a lot of market data over time. And as you can see from the little code snippet on the right, it's pretty straightforward to implement. So given all this, there's options for getting the data. You pick whichever option you want, in this case, IEX Cloud, and then you're able to actually get articles from the internet, put them into a place where you can analyze them using code. And for the rest of this demonstration, we'll be looking at specifically this article you see on the screen. It's an article about Nike that was published last week. And we'll walk through how you would take this article and score it for the sentiment. So looking at this article as a human being, right, we see the title, Is Nike Stock Ready to Reach an All-Time High? Right off the bat, a little bit clickbaity, kind of incentivizing you to actually read the article. I mean, just by giving it a glance, you can tell that there's some relatively bullish outlooks from the author, Melanie Schaffer, no relation to me. And so the question is, how do we take an article that we know is bullish and actually codify that into code that we can run on this article and then other articles after that? So from there, we take the raw code or the raw article that we got from IEX Cloud, and then we want to clean it such that we can identify only the important sentences in the article that actually matter. As you probably know, a lot of articles written today have advertisements worked into them at the top or bottom, other irrelevant things that aren't even about the stock. Some articles mention many stocks. In this case, we just care about the sentences about Nike, right? So what you're seeing here on your screen is we've taken the code written on the right and gone through the article to identify all of the sentences about Nike. And then we've done some other special things like removing special characters and contractions to help the computer read it more effectively, separating the sentences out into individual components so that the computer can grade them individually. And then we've done some work with the nouns used in the article to help the computer know when the article is talking about Nike. So for example, in the first sentence, of course, this is a pretty easy one. On Tuesday, Nike Inc. was trading up about 1%. The computer would know that that is talking about Nike, but if we look down at the end of that paragraph, once it begins selling, that's ambiguous. It's using it instead of the word Nike. Long story short, there's code that you can write that actually identifies that it is referring back to Nike. And so the gist of this is we take the raw text, we get Nike sentences, and then we move on to actually identifying valuable features from those sentences. And so what you're seeing here on the screen is our process for actually identifying those valuable features. Specifically, where we want to get to here is one singular score for how bullish or bearish the author's outcome of Nike is. And what you're seeing is that this article is relatively bullish, as we saw at the beginning, just from our human perspective, 73% bullish according to the computer. And how we've done this, using the steps on the side in the code, is creating a vocabulary of words that we would say are optimistic or pessimistic about the stock itself. So, for example, in that first sentence, trading up about 1%, we tell the computer this is an optimistic thing about the company. We do this a number of times until we have a large vocabulary of words that we feel confident are encapsulating what's actually happening with the stock. And then we apply that to the text to say this sentence is optimistic, this one's pessimistic. And I should say there are existing coding libraries out there that will do this for you. We found in our experience that they don't apply very well to finance language, so we've elected to write our own vocabulary for it. But nonetheless, once you've got an idea of the mood for each of the sentences, the next step then in determining if it's a bullish or bearish sentence is to look at the tense of that sentence, looking at if it's in the past tense, present tense, or future tense, and specifically if you want to know the author's outlook about the stock, you want to be focusing more on the sentences written in future tense than the sentences that are talking about what's happened in the past. So, long story short, the code that you're seeing on the right and some other code which we'll send out in a repository after the presentation if anyone's interested, is this code looks at all the mood of each of the sentences, identifies which ones are talking about the stock into the future, and then combines those into one singular score for how optimistic or bullish or bearish the article is about the ticker you're interested in. So great, once we've done that, we have ourselves a pipeline. And with a pipeline, we can start applying what we just did to one article to any number of articles, right? So we can take a look at this article about Nike. We can also take a look at the past 1,000 articles written about Nike. And at the end of the day, we can replicate and say, what is the outlook about Nike across platforms, across authors, and across time? So we can get a better representation of what that actual mood is about the stock so that we can ultimately make a good decision with it. And likewise, once we have a good representation of an individual stock, we can also do this for other stocks. We can do it across different platforms, like I mentioned. And we can ultimately group those stocks into different groups for markets, for industries, for meme stocks. If you're interested in seeing, for example, meme stocks were extremely pessimistic last week, maybe I should buy some of those, right? And so from there, we have ourselves a way to actually quantify and capture insight from the mood, from the news, relatively efficiently without having to read everything ourselves. And with this, there's some implications that bring with it, sorry. The implications are that we can augment our human limitations by outsourcing some of the hard stuff that's hard for us to do as humans to the computer. So by quantifying the bullish or bearishness of an article reliably at scale, we can start doing things like identifying consensus opinions across different platforms, across authors. For example, there's a lot of articles written negatively about Tesla. There's a lot written positively about Tesla. What is the overlying opinion? What is the consensus that the majority of people think about it, rather than just these select few authors? This also allows us to identify articles that aren't even worth our time in the first place. We can find articles that tend to be clickbait or just trying to sell us ads, essentially. We can identify which articles are actually really insightful and the author actually put a lot of time and effort into. And so at the end of the day, with this sentiment analysis, we can identify what's worth our time, we can detect trends and events, and we can find that consensus to ultimately help us make better decisions in the market. Now the question is, if you don't want to do all this code yourself, what do you do? Well, Sam and I have been working on a website over the past few months that does it all for you. So what you're seeing here is an initial mock-up of our website. It's called babel.dev, not the language learning app, I promise. And this website does exactly like what we've just talked about. It takes the pipeline, it uses these rules to identify the trends, to identify consensus, and to ultimately identify which articles are worth reading. So with that, I know we kind of still have a little bit of time, but I will kind of close in saying, this is a quote that my mom kind of had on our wall growing up. I'm sure many of you had similar quotes on your walls from your parents. Life is short. There's no time to leave important words unsaid. Now bear with me. I've adapted this slightly for today's talk. Life is too short to leave important words unread. And so with that, the insight is out there. There's ways to automate it, and we can do that relatively effectively using Python so that we can identify what matters and what doesn't. We can find the insight, and we can ultimately make better decisions with our money. So with that, I leave you. Thank you, everyone. If you're interested in seeing the code that we included today, we can send repositories to anyone who emails us at team@babel.dev. If you're interested in joining the waitlist for our website, you can see it there. And if you're interested in seeing our free weekly newsletter, the one I mentioned earlier with Kroger, you can check it out at babel.substack.com. All right, thank you.
right, everyone. I'd like to introduce our next speaker here. So in addition to having the hardest name to pronounce, they're going to have a really, really great presentation for you. We have Kelly Heikkila and Anthony Lawler. They're from Accessible 360, and they will be the best presenter of the day. Enjoy.
Step there and another step. All right. And then share right here. Got a tall stool. Oop, it's a little behind here. Okay, so we're going to be talking about building an accessible B2B web application today. This is a huge topic. Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. I left my mask on. This is a huge topic, so we're going to try to go through really fast, but really want to expose you to a lot of different things about accessibility. I'm Kelly Heikkila. I'm the CTO. Colin actually got sick this morning, unfortunately, so he can't be here. I'm going to try to do his part the best that I can, but please forgive me a little bit. And
I'm Anthony Lawler, and I'm an accessibility engineer at A360.
Great. Okay, so we want to talk about why we built this. So A360 is a local company here, and we do digital accessibility consulting. So that means we help companies, big and small, make sure that their websites and apps are accessible to people with disabilities. So we look at the sites, we talk to the customers about what's wrong, we have a bunch of training, a knowledge base, we do a lot of QA testing and things like that. So that's what we do. Because of that, we have a lot of data that we need to collect. And at the beginning of the company, we actually did it in Google Sheets and wrote down issues there. We knew that wasn't sustainable. So we knew we needed to find a really mature enterprise-style system to do this. We looked around. A lot of people use Jira and things like that, but those are not accessible to people with disabilities. So we have a lot of people on our staff that have different types of disabilities that need this tool to do their job day in and day out. So because we couldn't find it, we decided we needed to build it. And as a CTO, that's, I love that, I get to build stuff. But we knew we needed to build it. I do have a lot of topics today, or Anthony and I have a lot of topics today, but I want to give the kind of the overview quick. We're going to jump down deep into a couple of areas and then jump back up as well. Really, if there's one thing that you can, or two things that you can take away from today's topic, is the first 2 points. Think about accessibility as a design process. Too many of the customers that we work with, at the beginning anyway, are really thinking of accessibility as something they bolt on at the end, or a bug list that, okay, I need to fix this and this and this. Accessibility is not binary. There are certain things that may be wrong in your code, but for the most part, it's a design opportunity for you as you go. And so you really need to be thinking about it at the beginning. Obviously, that's not practical for all of you that have websites and applications out there, but do the best that you can there. And use semantic HTML. And we're going to focus on web properties today. Use what's given. That makes it so much easier. The screen readers that Anthony's actually going to demo, the keyboard access and things like that work so much better when you use a button as a button instead of a div as a button. Start with keyboard-only interaction. So we're going to show how to use a keyboard-only to go through your website or our web application. That's a great way to see at a pretty high level how accessible your application is. Think about color palette early on. So a lot of brand colors aren't necessarily accessible colors. Colors need a particular contrast ratio, and this is one of the things that is binary in accessibility. You need to hit a certain color contrast threshold between your foreground and background, and so you want to kind of plan on that and how to use your brand colors correctly. Understand the appropriate use of ARIA. Who in here is, not everyone's a developer or designer, who's heard of ARIA before? Actually, there's quite a few people, so that's great. ARIA is Accessible Rich Internet Applications, and it's some attributes that you add onto your HTML to give cues to screen readers, and we'll go through that. And there's a ton more that we won't go through today. I do feel like the best thing to do is to learn by example. And so we are going to be demoing the application here. We didn't want to do a live demo. Heard some suggestions of a number of people. So we did record some things. I know for a lot of people, you may not be able to see the screen completely or at all. And so we'll be talking through that stuff as well. So before I do the demo, quick water break here. OK. So this is Hub. This is our A360 Hub. This is what our auditors use day in and day out to do their job. It's also roughly what our customers see when they go in a project. There's a lot more to this than just this area, but we're going to focus on this area or a couple of areas within here to give you an idea of what's going on. So I have my cursor jumping around here if you can't see. I'm going into the search projects area. Searching is interesting. When you're typing, you need to let a screen reader know that something just popped up and then disappeared. And so there's something that you need to, some code that you need to put in there, some ARIA to do that. Quick links menus. We have a ton of different links within our application. Those are best to be lists. Use your ULLIs in these types of lists. That gives screen readers cues on how to go through the application. I'm doing inspect here. You're very likely not going to be able to see the code. But the A360 issue status is a heading. Again, use headings as headings. Charts are also very difficult. If you think as a screen reader or someone that has visual disabilities, seeing a chart is not practical. And so we embed the chart data within the site itself, but hidden for visually, but able to be read by screen reader users. So we do that as well. Also showing off tabs. If you're clicking on a tab, it's hiding and showing things, and there's different ARIA that you can do to indicate that you're in a tab set, and that's some rules that you use in your HTML where the panel is, and then another role on the tab itself, and then you link them together in your code, and that lets someone know where you're at and what's being hidden and shown. I'm going into a particular page here. This is where our auditors are actually doing their auditing. They're creating new issues and things like that, and Anthony's going to go through that from a screen reader perspective shortly. I'm going into an individual issue here, so I'm clicking on an issue and scrolling down to the bottom. Here's another interesting problem with a B2B style application or even e-commerce and things is threaded comments. How do you indicate that a thread is within a thread? And so embedding LIs into ULs and LIs, so you're embedding lists within lists, is a good semantic way to do that. Here, again, we're using lists within, this uses Markdown. We use Markdown a lot. Markdown's a very accessible way to generate rich, interesting looking content. So we use Markdown a ton in our knowledge base and other areas as well. And the last thing I'm highlighting there is for the screenshot. So a lot of our application, we attach screenshots to, whether it's an issue, whether it's a component, we attach screenshots. And so, of course, you need to be able to illustrate what that screenshot is showing. Any application needs to do that. That's probably Accessibility 101 is alt attributes, if you've heard of that at all. But in the end, what it is giving a description to the screenshot. At the same time, we want to be quick about it. We need to audit quickly. And so we help our auditors, and we give part of the text of what the screenshot should say. Here it says screenshot of element H5 with text top regional surface. So we give some help there, and then the auditors can supplement that description for that screenshot so a screen reader can use it. And what that does is it not only makes our screenshots accessible, but it's encouraging accessibility within the use of the application. So you may have a back-end admin or a consumer user-generated content. You not only want to make it accessible, you want to encourage it. Instagram and Twitter and stuff have that now, but it's pretty hidden. It's not easy to find if you want to add an alt attribute to your image. And so we really encourage people to try to not only make it accessible, but encourage accessibility. So a few highlights for me, and then I'll turn it over to Anthony. Semantic HTML, charts and graphs. You can use charts and graphs, do that. We do it all over the place, but expose that raw data, and it doesn't need to be visually. It can be hidden behind the scenes. I talked about tab navigation and search menus. That's using ARIA. That's, again, some elements or attributes on elements in HTML. List threading, lists within lists, helps with structure, trees and things like that may be in your application. The other thing I want to mention is integrations. So we have a ton of integrations to Slack, Google Drive, Harvest, timesheet tracking. You need to make sure that our applications and your applications that integrate with this tool are also accessible. Slack is actually quite accessible once you get a hang of it. And so we use that extensively. Drive itself, Google does a good job of accessibility. Harvest has actually been really responsive to our needs as we've talked to them about some accessibility problems that they have with our tool. So feel free to talk to these companies. We encourage you to talk to your vendors for them to be thinking about accessibility too. So I'm going to turn it over to Anthony. We're going to do a screen reader demo here. And this is going to be very hard to see, but that's not really the important part. Listen with your ears and hear what's going on during the screen reader demo. Another question, who has any exposure to screen readers? So very few people, I'd say maybe 10. So I find this incredibly interesting. This is a huge learning curve for me when I started at Accessible 360. So please listen closely, and then Anthony will go through what's actually going on here.
Project View Surfline.com bar Global Surf Reports, Surf Forecasts, Live Surf Camps in Coastal Weather bar Main Landmark New Issue Heading Level 2. Common Radio button checked 1 of 3. Project Radio button checked 2 of 3. Components Radio button checked 3 of 3. Common Radio button checked 1 of 3.
So
Radio button checked project.
this is what a screen reader sounds like, and here I'm using NVDA, which is non-visual desktop access. So I'm visually impaired, and screen reader is the only way that I can access a computer. There are other screen readers such as JAWS, Job Access with Speech, but I primarily use NVDA, and what it does is, as you use the keyboard to navigate a page, there's a text-to-speech engine which is converting everything you see visually into text and then outputting it into speech. And another thing to keep in mind is a lot of screen reader users will, their listening rate will be a lot higher. I actually had to slow this down a lot more. And so what you just heard there was me going through all the different elements on the page. In particular, the radio buttons. Those are using semantic HTML radio buttons, and like, if you've heard it once, you'll hear it again. Please use semantic HTML. That is what screen readers are built to use, and if you use div tags and spans with some JavaScript magic, a screen reader is not going to pick those up. So that's one of the main takeaways of today is that's one of the main things we come across as auditors is sites not using semantic HTML. And so now what you'll hear is I'm going to go through, and now that I've selected the common issue radio button, I've found an issue on the page I'm auditing that an SVG is not properly labeled and in fact provides no useful information to the screen reader, so we're going to mark it as decorative. So now you'll hear me search for the SVG issues, and then I'm going to tab through and select the issues I want and start writing the affected element.
Out of grouping search issues. Search issues edit blank. S, V, G. 2 common issues found grouping. This less SVG greater tag is not properly labeled. This less SVG greater tag is decorative and provides no information to users. Radio button checked 2 of 2. Apply singular button. Form landmark. Affected element star edit required invalid entry multi-line blank.
And so here is where I will type in the affected element. So for this example, auditing this page, I found an image called multicam that needs to be marked as decorative. And so I'm going to type that out, and the screen reader will announce what keys I'm typing so I know exactly what I'm typing. And then what you'll hear is I'm going to tab through all the rest of the check boxes and combo boxes. Those are semantic HTML elements on the page until I'm ready to actually create the issue. And then once the issue is created, you're going to hear an alert message saying that the issue is created. That's actually using the ARIA Live HTML attribute.
Project view Safline.com bar global surf reports MUTI-CA space IE multi-chem image. Current session star combo box collapsed required invalid entry. Initial assessment : sales demo. Project component combo box collapsed. Create component link. Marked fix edit priority star combo box warning collapsed required. Category combo box images A360 status site-wide checkbox not checked. Affected users grouping screen reader checkbox checked. Keyboard hearing color magnification cognitive UX checkbox guidelines selected items group notes internal notes edit multi-line blank. Screenshot button. Comment template search edit markdown styling supported link. Comment edit multi-line blank. Make public checkbox checked. Clear form button. Create issue button. Alert. Close button. Alert issue successfully added. Close button. Displaying 12 of 12 total issues. Displaying 12 of 12 total issues.
And so as auditors, that's what we do every time we encounter an issue on the page. And I'm able to access every aspect of Hub without even seeing it, just by using the screen reader.
And Anthony talked about screen reader speed being different. This is slowed down, I don't know, a third maybe of how fast you actually read it. It is incredible. Like, I can't understand it when Anthony is actually auditing how fast this goes through. I mean, it is amazing. And going through code and things like that, hearing var j, equals this and this. It's really been really interesting for me to learn about this over the last 5 years. Okay, so this is the part that wasn't mine. I'll go through it pretty quickly. We're going to talk about keyboard-only access. So this is don't use your mouse at all. Just use your keyboard to go through the application. I think it's going there. Okay, so Colin's tabbing through things on the application. And then selected a link, and so he tabbed to the link, hit return, that activated the link and took him to our issue report page where we search issues here. When the page opened, one of the big things that can be hard to think about, and again is interesting design problem, is focus. Where do you want your focus to be when you do something on a page? And so here it's going to search issues because that's generally what you want to do. Everything you want to be tabbable between things. So if you have something actionable on the page, it should be tabbable. Again, if you use a div instead of a link or a button, you can do it. There's ARIA that you can let the screen reader know that, and the keyboard know that it's actionable, but it's additional HTML that you have to put in to do that, and it just becomes a lot harder maintenance-wise. So again, being able to tab into everything, that's kind of similar to how a screen reader navigates through a page as well. And so again, if your keyboard is working pretty correctly, you're a good way into making your application accessible. So he's scrolling through some things here. You'll see some colors on here of our issue statuses like pending and open, and the priorities of serious and things like that. That is what I was talking about to begin with around color contrast. We have a palette of 20 different colors, I think, for our different priorities and issue statuses and page statuses and things like that. And so we really had to get that all in place and make sure they were all accessible and visually work together as well. We talk a lot about screen readers through this. That's the hardest thing generally to do. But we, in our auditing, audit for all kinds of different types of disabilities, including cognitive, auditory, and keyboard, screen readers, and others. Right here, Colin activated this modal dialog by clicking return on an icon. That icon opened up this dialog. Now, here's an interesting problem, is that visually, you can't get behind a modal to do something behind it, right? It's a modal. And so you need to make sure your focus can't get out of that modal either, and that's something a lot of people don't think of. If you're tabbing through it, and a lot of people, you'll get to the update issue, and then you'll go to the whatever's behind here, and now your user's really confused as to where they are. And that's so keyboard trap is what we call that. And so that is important for keyboard-only access, also important for screen readers as well. We close that dialog by hitting return on the close button or cancel button there. And notice, and this is hard to see here, but what the icon, the little pencil icon that he clicked on to open the dialog is also where the focus returned to after the dialog. And so it's intuitive as to where that goes. It's not always simple though. What happens if that dialog added content or changed content around? Again, that's why I think it's a really interesting design problem, challenge, whatever, is to think about, okay, intuitively, where should I be next on the screen? And I find those types of things really, really interesting. So focus indicators, if you saw on there, again, I know it's hard to see, but focus indicators are required. So you constantly know if you're tabbing through, arrowing through a page, where you are. Browsers by default have them, and so if you just leave the default browser focus indicator, that works and that's compliant. If you want to do your own, as a lot of people do, you need to make sure that they also have sufficient color contrast, and not only when you're on the white or the light, but also when you're on the dark, and so you may need to switch around what your focus looks like at different places. Color contrast, as I talked about, modals, trapping focus. There's ARIA that lets a screen reader know when a modal opens. So anytime you're adding and removing something from a screen, that's where sort of some of the tricky parts for screen readers come in and be using the ARIA. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about testing, and do want to leave some time for questions as well. So again, the first part is becoming knowledgeable. Again, only a few people raise their hands in terms of ever hearing a screen reader before. So you're a long ways away or in front of a lot of people. So becoming knowledgeable about screen reader or about accessibility in general, and promoting it within your organizations, within your vendors, within your teams. One thing to think about is vendor and library selection. So a lot of people use open source libraries. A lot of libraries are not accessible. So you stick that in there. You've done a great job for everything, and now you put Slick Slider in there, if any of you know carousels. Slick Slider is notoriously inaccessible, and now that's broken, a pretty key part of your e-commerce application, for instance. A little plug here, we wrote something called Accessible Slick. It's open source. It's a drop-in replacement for Slick Slider, and so we try to promote that stuff as well. Like I said, test with keyboard only, so tab between things. Arrow should expand things, return should select things. As we're on those tabs, return should take you into that tab. If you're on the tabs and want to go across tabs, so you don't have to go through the entire tab to get back up to the top, that's where you use arrow keys. So it's a combination of returns, tabs, and arrows. Learn the basics of screen readers. So Anthony was using NVDA, very popular open source screen reader. It's Windows only, but it's free to download and get familiar with it. VoiceOver on the Mac. Honestly, though, vast majority, I don't know if you know the stats, Windows-wise versus Mac.
Yeah, I'd say the majority of screen readers are on Windows.
Yeah. So a huge majority, and so that's what we do most of our testing with, is NVDA and JAWS on Windows, because in terms of screen readers, that's the vast majority of things. Automated testing, I want to touch on automated testing. A lot of people have heard of Wave and things like that, and there's certainly a place in your development cycle to use automated testing, just like in automated testing for anything you do in development. But automated testing generally can find between 15 and maybe 30% of accessibility issues on a page. So good to run, good to do sanity checks, good to be part of your CI, but it's only checking a certain percentage. And so a lot of it, just like usability of your website, again, think about it as usability. You want real people using that. And so use experts, plug for A360, that's what we do, but also people in your organization that you may have access to that use a screen reader day in and day out, or are very, very knowledgeable and can do some of that live user testing. It's really, really key. Automated testing only gets you so far. So I have 1 minute and 42 seconds for questions for Anthony or I, or I'll forward them to Colin. Any questions? Okay, and I'll try to repeat the questions. I know, we do have a mic here.
Thank you. Do you think there's like a structural difference between like the way that screen readers interpret pages and like the SPA, single page application style JavaScript-based stuff? Like, is that in contrast with screen readers, or are there ways to do it better?
Do you want me to take that, or do you want to take that?
Well, I think it just all comes back to screen readers are built to use semantic HTML elements. So like if it's a checkbox, make it a checkbox. If it's a button, make it a button. And if you do have to use things like ARIA, that's more of a retrofitting, and it's actually much more beneficial to build in accessibility from the get-go.
One thing on SPAs that's interesting is you're basically staying on the same page, right? And so your titles and things are changing. So it's a huge topic. I could do 2 hours on it. But making sure when you're changing page state that really is a new view, that you're announcing that to the screen reader so they understand they're in a new view. You know, you may do a great job of getting your focus on the right place, but if it's a brand new page and new headings and things like that, you need to make sure you're coding it so that a screen reader understands they're in a different page context. Any others? I spoke in 2013, because I have 9 seconds here, and gave $5 Dogecoins away to everyone, the best questions that came in. And I just wonder what those are worth now. I think I gave away about 10 $5 Dogecoins. So can't do that today. But yeah, so you got one. Yeah, Bitcoin for you, $60,000. So anyway, thank you all. I hope you found this informative. We'll be around for a while. If you have any questions, let us know.
Hello, hello. Welcome back. Okay, so thank you to Kelly and Anthony for your last talk. That was a very important topic, and I'm glad we are having talks like that up on stage because it obviously is very important. My name is Jenna Pedersen. I'm on the board of MinneStar, so that's why I'm standing up right here right now. I'm here to introduce Abby Allen. She has the next talk. This is her first talk up on stage, and I just want to welcome her. Come on up. She is going to talk about parenting makes me a better product manager. But before she gives her talk, we're going to do a stage selfie because we haven't done one of these in a while, and I want to make sure we get all of you in here. So hang on just a moment. Let's see. I got to be on this side. Okay. Oops. This is what happens. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. All right, you're good to go.
All right, thank you everybody for giving me the opportunity to talk today. If I push the button, does it come up? Not yet, not yet. There we go. My name is Abby Allen. I am a product manager at Dispatch, and this is my family. There's my husband, Carl, who's sitting right there. We've been married for about 11 years, and we met at the University of Minnesota in the computer science program in formal languages and automata theory. Really romantic class there. There's his little sister, Indigo. She moved in with us when she was 16, and she is currently studying at St. Cloud State to be a graphic designer. This is our daughter, Greta. She's 4, and an absolute joy, and just into literally everything. And then there's me. I have used this description of myself on my LinkedIn profile since before the pandemic, and I will be fully transparent, I didn't think much about it at all when I put it together. It was like the cool thing to put this list of nouns, right? So I just did it. And I didn't think much about it until I had a recruiter reach out, and she called me brave because of one specific word: mom. I've thought a lot about that comment in the years since as I've gone through the ups and downs of being a parent. And I've often wondered, why? Why did somebody call me brave just for saying in a public place that I'm a mom? And as I've thought more about it, I think it's because there's so much stigma in this country about being a working parent. Back in 2014, the Pew Research Center did a survey and found that 60% of Americans still thought that kids were better off if they had a parent at home. Only about a third thought it was okay to have 2 working parents. Yet that doesn't match the reality of our workforce today. 46% of 2-parent households have 2 parents that are working full-time. And an additional 23%, one is working part-time and the other is working full-time. Working parents are constantly being bombarded with these messages that if only we set a stricter schedule, we capitalize on nap time, or my favorite in the lower left-hand corner, which might be hard to read, stop putting your child's needs ahead of your own. If you do that, then you too can find gratitude amidst the exhausting, depressing role of parenthood. I tried putting my own needs ahead of my child's and capitalizing on nap time at the beginning of the pandemic, put her down for a nap and hopped on a call with the most senior leaders of my company. I had to stop early and excuse myself because I heard Greta call from upstairs, "Mommy, this tastes yucky." Go running upstairs, and I find that my child has stripped naked and finger painted her entire body and the walls all around her bed with poop. There are little tiny poopy footprints all the way across the carpet from her bed to the baby gate where she met me with a literal shit-eating grin. Parenting while working is hard, and it's always been hard. Back in 2014 already, Care.com found that working moms were crying alone at least once a week. Think about that. 25% of moms cry alone. And the pandemic has only made it harder. 66% of parents surveyed by Care.com in 2020 said they felt their productivity was suffering because they were juggling childcare responsibilities and work. 54% felt that they were letting down their colleagues, and another 52% said that they felt like they had to hide their childcare concerns because their employers or their colleagues wouldn't understand. One of my favorite writers and activists, her name is Glennon Doyle. She talks a lot about how society gives us these memos that we can choose to accept or throw away. These memos include things like, men must be manly, right? Or girls are bad at math. I think that today it's time for us to throw away the memo that society tells us that we should be guilty for feeling, or that we should feel guilty about being working parents. We are not bad parents because we work, and we are not bad employees because we are parents. We just work in a system that doesn't support us as well as it could. There are so many research studies and anecdotes that talk about this. They say everything from working parents are more productive, they're more creative, and our kids are better ready for school. But there's one I want to focus on because it's really near and dear to my heart. It was done by Kathleen McGuinn at the Harvard Business School back in 2015, and she looked at working women across 24 different countries. And what she found was universal. If you had a woman whose mom also worked outside the home, that woman was more likely to have a job, to be a manager at that job, and to earn higher wages than women who didn't have a working mom. She concluded that there are very few things that have such a clear effect on gender inequality as being raised by a working mother. When we go to work every day, we set an example for our kids. When they see us pursuing our own professional dreams, it gives them permission to do the same. Kathleen McGuinn goes on to say, there's a lot of parental guilt about having both parents working outside the home. But what this research says to us is you're not only helping your family economically and helping yourself professionally and emotionally if you have a job outside of the home that you love, you're also helping your kids. And I fundamentally believe that our kids help us too. When Carl and I made the transition from being 2 individuals into a team of 4, we learned so many lessons about what it means to be a good team member, about how to communicate effectively, about how to have empathy. And I now try to apply these lessons every day into my personal work. The first story I want to tell you about is about the consequences of unclear communication. This summer, pandemic felt like maybe it was going away. Carl and I were out running errands with Greta, and we really needed some cheddar biscuits in our life. So we decided we were going to go to Red Lobster. Greta pipes up from the back seat, "We're going to Dead Lobster? Why are we going to see a dead lobster?" Okay, whatever, kiddo, right? We get to the restaurant, we park, we walk in the restaurant, and Greta sees that tank of lobsters. Her eyes wide, she goes running up and yells loudly for the entire restaurant to hear, "Mommy, you said the lobsters were dead!" But the piece de resistance, we then get to our table, waitress takes our order, comes back and checks on us, and Greta looks up at her and sincerely asks, "Are you the one who kills the lobsters?" So a series of embarrassing events, all because of one piece of unclear communication. As a PM, I write a ton of requirements, and I have learned that it's often more important to specify what's not in scope than what's in. This was illustrated perfectly when I sent Carl and our daughter to the grocery store to buy cookies for a camping trip. This is what they came home with. I couldn't fit it all in my car. Speaking of cookies, I love to bake with Greta. And I think there are very few things that illustrate this idea that some things just take as long as they're going to take. And there's not much we can do to speed them up. right? I can't bake cookies at a higher temperature and expect to get the same quality result. I can't put another oven in my home because it doesn't fit, or the time it would take me to go buy that oven and install it, I could have baked the damn cookies myself, right? Like, some things you just can't throw more resources at to get a better result. Just like we can't throw more people at a dev problem and expect something to be done even faster. Interacting with Greta and the things that are marketed towards children reminds me about the importance of prioritizing things that will delight our users. There is no reason a toothbrush needs to have an LED light and a countdown timer to tell you how long to brush your teeth. But let me tell you, it makes it so much easier to get that child to brush her teeth because it's there. The toothbrushes and so much else that Greta does and has really brings home this point about the difference between minimum viable products and minimum lovable products. Greta recently turned 4, and we were planning her birthday party, and she saw cake pops on my Pinterest feed. She insisted she had to have cake pops. I'm a relatively thrifty DIY mom. Okay, we'll figure this out. I can make a cake pop. So I go to the store and I'm looking around. I'm like, what am I going to make these cake pops out of? Oh, well, donut holes are about the right size. They're about the right shape. I can buy a package of these and go to Michael's and get some sticks and some dipping chocolate and the most expensive sprinkles, and well, this will work out, right? Yeah, no. It had all the right components to be a cake pop, but these things looked awful and they tasted worse. There was something about the process of dipping these things in this melting chocolate that turned them into stale, crumbly, inedible messes. If I had served these cake pops to Greta's grandmother, who's never had a cake pop in her life, I wouldn't have learned if she liked cake pops. I only would have learned she didn't like whatever the heck this was. And it reminded me of an article that I love that features Jana Zhang, who's a professor at Stanford, who talks a lot about don't serve burnt pizza. Don't give your users an inferior version of the product and the vision that you have. That's not a good way to learn if you have product market fit. It doesn't help you learn if your product is actually going to solve your users' problems. It just tells you they don't like what you've served them. That said, there's still value in this failure. I learned a ton about the process of actually dipping these things, about what was going to help them stay on the sticks. And eventually, I came up with something that was both beautiful and tasty, and Grandma approved. Minimum lovable products are so important because we've only got one shot at a user's first impression. So we want to make sure it's something that they want to come back to again and again and again. It's really hard to overcome a bad first impression. My child has never eaten sand again after this first time, right? And now you could tell Greta, child, you're doing it wrong, right? Sand is not for eating. Just like we try to look at our users sometimes and say, user, you're doing it wrong. That page was not designed for that. That button wasn't designed to be clicked at this point in time. But it doesn't matter what it is we're doing. Our users will always find unexpected ways to use our products. Sometimes it's because they just have radically different preferences than we do. I personally would never use Christmas garland as a scarf, but Indigo sure as hell is rocking it, right? Like, sometimes it's because what we as product developers and designers think is a universal experience doesn't exist at all. You know, bringing in a teenager into our home who we didn't think was that much younger than us, she had a radically different childhood. And there is nothing more humbling than realizing that what you think is this universal experience isn't. And trust me, a snarky teenager is the best one to tell you that. Indigo also has very different ideas about what is essential. And so often our users do too. So we took Indigo camping about 6 weeks after she moved in with us. And when I go camping, I'm pretty minimalist, right? We were out in the woods, we were in Door County, Wisconsin. And Indigo decided to wear really adorable little dress boots and a cute dress that exposed all of her legs to all of the mosquitoes. and brought more technology along than I think we had on the lunar lander. I don't think these things are essential, but she clearly did. My children have taught me not just lessons about how to build products and what things to build and what our users might expect, but also how to work together as a team. The first lesson I want to talk about is that you can't build trust within your team without first taking risks. When Indigo moved in with us, it was a struggle. And I think it was a struggle that so many other families with teenagers have around what boundaries do we set for her, right? How much do we let her be online? How late do we let her stay out? Do we lock up our booze, right? Like all of these things that parents of teenagers struggle with. But what we learned by working with Indigo and working with our family therapist is that if you don't give your children opportunities to fail, if you take away that, you also take away their opportunity to succeed. And I think we do this on our teams too, right? We tell our little children that they can be anything they want to be, that anybody can grow up and be the superhero. Yet so often on our teams, we don't let everybody on the team have the chance to succeed. We pile all the hardest work on our most senior people, or we keep it all for ourselves because we don't trust the members of our team. We need to find opportunities to lift everybody up if we want the team to thrive and our product to thrive too. One of the reasons I think that we struggle with this concept is because we don't build enough time in our roadmaps for learning new skills. And that skill could be something technical, it could be a new framework, but it also takes time to learn how to be a team with these particular individuals. Whenever we're working in teams, inevitably conflict is going to arise. In my own house, I've learned to really try and focus in on what are the emotions behind this conflict. With Greta, tantrums are usually because she's either frustrated or disappointed with us. She got scared or surprised. She skinned her knee and she's hurt. And as a mom, whenever I hear that cry, my first fear is that she's injured, right? Luckily, she wasn't this day. Now with my team members, I ask myself the same question. What did I personally do to frustrate or disappoint a team member? Am I acting defensive at work because something left me feeling insecure or took me by surprise? Did a callous comment hurt the feelings of a team member, or is there a truly critically injured relationship here that needs care right away? Sometimes conflict arises because we just need a break, right? We're tired, we're burnt out, we've been working too hard, none of us are at our best. And it doesn't matter what the reason is or what that emotion is that's fueling it, just like we don't expect our little children to be the bigger person and to step in and be able to solve their own problems all the time, we as leaders on our team also have to be that bigger person and take the first step towards resolution. The last lesson I want to leave you with today is that some things are just more important than work. 2019 was an incredibly challenging year for my family. In January, we had a miscarriage. In February, on Valentine's Day, Indigo was diagnosed with a brain tumor. She had brain surgery 2 weeks after graduating from high school, went off to school, and then we miscarried again. 2020 was supposed to be our year. Pandemic hit, George Floyd was murdered, and Indigo's brain tumor came back. Never in my professional life before this had I realized how important it was to have a team that saw me as a whole person, who understood that I was working so that I could financially support the things that were going on at home. A team where it was okay to break down in tears in the middle of a workday. When I entered the workforce as a naive 20-something, I thought that the smartest people on the team had to be the ones who were staying up late, fixing that 10 p.m. outage, right? That cowboy coder, he was absolutely the smartest person on the floor. Fast forward a decade, and I've realized that the engineers and the product people who take the risks that led to that 10 p.m. outage regularly aren't the people who have to rush home at night to make sure that they pick up their kiddo from daycare on time. They might not have a spouse waiting impatiently while dinner is getting cold. I have proactively re-architected solutions with my team so that we didn't need a late night deploy that would put bedtime at risk. We've pushed back the launches of features so that a father in our team could make sure that he didn't have to be glued to his phone during his daughter's last soccer tournament. And you know what? Our users were just as happy with the results. My younger self would have seen these decisions and said, "You're not committed to the team. You don't care about our company's vision or about our growth." But now I look at that and I say, my team needs and values flexible schedules. My team needs to be treated like whole people. And I will always advocate for evaluating the risk of an initiative by how it might disrupt family time as well. If you'd asked me 10 years ago if I thought it gets better, if women's rights are human rights, or if Black Lives Matter, I would have told you yes. But my actions wouldn't have matched my words. And I definitely would not have been applying the fundamental principles of equity and inclusion in my day-to-day work. But now I know that as a product manager, as a leader on my team, I make decisions every day that impact the lives of real people, like my girls. And if you are on an autonomous team, you have that power to make those decisions too. I'm committed to using technology in a way that makes the world a better place for my girls. One where they truly can grow up to be anything that they want to be. A world that respects their inner beauty and their ferocious tenacity and courage. One that's better not just for them, but for all of their peers. And I hope that today my girls have inspired you to work for a world like that too. Thank you. If you'd like more, I do have a Medium article on this topic, or even better, come work with us. Dispatch is hiring.
All right, welcome back. Big thanks to Abby Allen for that amazing talk. Like, I almost teared up, and I can't believe it was her first time speaking. So thanks so much, Abby. So I am here to present our next speaker, who is Matt Decuir, and he is going to tell us about developer hiring trends and give us some job search advice for this great resignation time. Let's go, Matt.
Thanks, Antoinette. All right. Thanks, Antoinette, for the intro. Abby, I cannot believe that that was the first time you've ever publicly spoken before. That was so good. It's a hard act to follow. So we're talking today about developer hiring trends and some job search advice. Excuse me. I'm Matt Decuir. I'm a senior software engineer at Drip, and I'm supposed to tell you that we are also hiring. I'm also the founder of Invisible Network, which is an anonymous job search platform. It's focused specifically on helping connect developers with employers, and we make introductions through double opt-in introductions. I use he, him pronouns, and I self-identify as a MinneStar superfan, so I am pumped to be here today. No joke, this is my favorite day of the entire year. So let's get into it. Trends from the last year. Remote work is here to stay. Salaries have inflated fast, and as some of you have seen, if you're hiring right now, the market right now for hiring is kind of bananas. So let's talk about remote work first. On the job seeker side, and I should say this data comes from Invisible Network, and so how Invisible Network works is it's kind of like an inverted job board where candidates share that they're looking for work, and it's all anonymous to protect their privacy and reduce bias. And one of the questions we ask is about their preferences and feelings about remote work. And so that's what we're looking at here. The sort of most important compelling takeaway is that in Q1 2020, right before the pandemic hit, around 17% of job seekers preferred to work fully remote. Fast forward to today, that number has doubled. There's also an interesting trend in here where Q4 of 2020 and Q1 of 2021 where job seekers said, I don't want to go back to the office. That's since dialed back a tiny bit, but generally speaking, remote work is a preference on the job seeker side. On the employer side, and again, this data comes from Invisible Network, and so this is, generally speaking, the majority is tech companies here in the Twin Cities. It's sort of on the smaller but growing side, and so that's sort of the universe that we're looking at here. Again, at the very beginning of the pandemic, in 2020 of Q1, 41% of employers preferred on-site work. Fast forward to today, and that's at 0%. And the story that I would tell here is that it's not necessarily that employers no longer prefer on-site work. It's more that they've grudgingly accepted hybrid work, and that the future of working includes some aspect of remote. And that's a really good positive trend, if you're a job seeker who prefers to work remote. In terms of salaries, salary inflation is very, very real. So I've got some high-level sort of like TLDR trends here. I would love to nerd out with you, but I could do this for hours, so I'm trying to keep this sort of concise. On the left-hand side, you've got the different experience levels, and I should say years of experience is really a proxy for competence. And so looking at the chart, I would encourage you to take pictures too if you'd like to refer back to this later. There's this sort of like broad range of, and again, this is job seeker data from Invisible Network. And so what we're looking at is sort of the clusters of where job seekers' salary ranges fall. And so in 2021, for entry level, for example, the range is 60 to 100K. And relative to last year, the top end of that range is up by 20 grand. And I would personally recommend a target, whether you're an entry-level developer or if you're hiring entry-level developers, is to put your target around 75K. And so as you go down the list, you can see that the ranges and how they've changed from year to year, and also my recommended targets. The one data point, as you get to the sort of senior and experienced end of the spectrum, like 5 years of experience or above, last year, the sort of highest local salary I saw for almost any developer was in the 140K range. And actually, just like in recent weeks and months, that number has ballooned to 170K. I've heard that from multiple sort of very senior engineers. And then the last trend here is that employers still prefer to hire senior, which if you're somebody who sees the growing trend with junior devs who are up and coming, it's really frustrating. And this is a trend that I've seen over the last 5, 6 years or so, ever since I myself was a junior dev. And it's sort of just like a supply and demand mismatch. And so on the low supply, high demand side, you've got these more experienced folks. And on the inverted axis, you've got less experienced folks who are in high supply and in low demand. So what does all this mean? For experienced devs, you get the privilege to be very choosy and very picky. Unfortunately, this means that junior devs continue to largely be ignored. And if you're an employer, you've already seen that hiring is very competitive right now. So getting into advice, we're going to talk first about job search advice. The one important takeaway, if you're looking for a gig, this is the one thing I want you to walk away with, which is that people get jobs through other people, not through applying online. And so I have like a sort of general process that I've seen personally that consistently works. And so I'd strongly recommend that you sort of follow this process. I see a lot of you taking pictures, that's great. Step one is to write up your dream job description, right? Like if you could pick and choose what you're working on, who you're working with, sort of what sort of company you're at, what industry, like if you could write your own ticket, what would it look like? And I think this is a really important step in the process because this gives you something to compare potential opportunities to so that you can say, oh yeah, this recruiter hit me up on LinkedIn and offered me this really interesting role, but it's nowhere close to what I actually defined as my ideal gig. Once you've written that dream job description, the next step is to go look for companies, not jobs explicitly, looking for companies that align with what you're looking for. And from there, networking is like a fuzzy, gross word to me, but you want to talk to folks at each of these different companies. And after, like maybe later at the happy hour, we can talk more about networking and how to approach that. But the important part is to figure out a way to talk to somebody who works at that company for a sort of informal, informational meeting. So you can gauge, for one, is it a good place to work? And for two, is it a place that you feel mutually, like there might be a potential mutual fit there. And then after you have these conversations, the important thing is to follow up. Definitely say thank you. If you're taking time out of somebody who's busy's day, just appreciating and acknowledging that goes a long way. But then also beyond saying thank you, you want to follow up if there are potential opportunities at the company, either that are existing today or might be happening in the future, and sort of ask for the introduction to meet the next person in the process to sort of get the ball rolling. And then, I mean, the rest of this I'll sort of gloss over, is sort of like interview, get an offer, negotiate, always negotiate. And then you sort of repeat that process until you've gotten to a definitive, yes, there could be potential here, or no, I'm not interested. And I should say I've written up sort of in further detail on the blog, sort of my like the full end-to-end how I approach the job search process. And so this is sort of the abridged version that you're getting today. So for junior devs, specific advice for junior devs, the hard truth is that on paper you all look the same. I know it probably hurts to hear that, but if you think about, you went through a boot camp, if you compare your resume to all of the other folks in your cohort's resumes, you'll probably see how eerily similar they are. And you got to think about from like a hiring manager's perspective that they're seeing a stack of resumes and they all look the same. And so the big question is, what differentiates you? And once you've thought through that, the next step is that you need to sort of like be able to tell your own story. And you need to be able to tell it in a really compelling way. There's an exercise that I really like to that I suggest to almost everyone, which is it's kind of like writing your superhero origin story, but instead of your superhero origin story, it's your software engineering origin story. And the outcome of it is hopefully an explanation from you. Like this is for you exclusively. This is not something that you necessarily need to share publicly, but this is for you to explain to whoever it is that, like, this is why, in your past experience, how your brain works, whatever it is, this is why you know deep down that software engineering is the right career path for you. And if you can tell that story, you're in great shape. And we already touched on this, but I'm going to repeat it again because it's so important, is it's not just about what you know, it's not about how smart you are, it's more about who you know. And I know that that's kind of like a It's also a vague statement. So if you're hanging out at the happy hour later, you can bump into some new folks. And lastly, I just want to give you a little pep talk. It's going to be hard, but you can totally do this. And again, I've written a sort of longer form, more comprehensive post with my advice for junior devs on the blog. That's at blog.invisiblenetwork.com. So on the experience side, I said this before, I'll say it again, you get to be very, very picky. It's almost like you can work for any company you want to work for, which is a sort of weird thing to think about. What we've seen in terms of the most in-demand skills lately, modern JavaScript and mobile. And when I say modern JavaScript, I mean TypeScript, React, Node, Vue, Angular. Node's in there twice because it's so important, apparently. And then with mobile, like React Native, Swift, Java, Kotlin, those are the sort of most like highly sought after skills. And advice in terms of like on the backend side of things, you're really probably just looking for alignment on backend tech stacks. It's not necessarily to say that one backend stack is more highly sought after than another. It's more that, you know, if you're a Python dev, you're probably not going to fit well at a .NET shop, and vice versa. And then I'd firmly recommend that you be clear on what you're looking for and also know what you're worth. And so hopefully you took a screenshot of that salary slide earlier. And there's one unexpected trend that's been it's a surprise, but it also kind of makes sense, which is that folks who have been longtime freelancers are taking full-time salaried gigs. And if you add up the trends that we already talked about in terms of remote work all of a sudden being much more commonplace, salaries going up fast, folks who have traditionally wanted to freelance, they're looking to work on their own terms. And so a lot of that is they want to work remote. A lot of that is they want to be compensated well. And now, faced with remote works everywhere and pay is going up, the stability of a full-time salaried gig and also sort of like the opportunities to solve new and interesting problems and like have a team, and then also like not having to worry about drumming up business and clients, like all of that is very attractive. And to me, it makes perfect sense. So then on the employer side, as you've already seen, it's a really tight market right now. I would recommend that you bump your salaries up 10 to 20K, probably more, just given how fast things are moving. You definitely want to know what you're looking for in advance. And so we touched on these a tiny bit, but in-demand skills are going to cost you more. And they're also going to be harder to find. So like React Native and mobile, those things. I've also seen almost every employer is looking for senior front-end developers, which is to say, if everybody's looking for it, that's going to make it even harder for you to find that too. We talked about this a tiny bit already. Experienced devs, you know, they're highly sought after, they're picky, they're expensive. On the opposite end of the spectrum, junior devs are plentiful, diverse, and eager. And beyond like attracting these people, you also want to optimize for the developer experience like once you've hired them. And so like paying well, for example, is no longer enough. As Abby's talk very clearly shows, you really need to understand and support your employees in that we are still in a global pandemic and nobody's home life situation is ideal at the moment. And so giving people the flexibility, understanding, and support to sort of deal with their own personal stuff in addition to the work that you need them to do is really important. And even if like whether you're hiring or not, you probably want to make retaining your existing employees a top priority. And what I mean by that is, if your salaries are low relative to the market, you probably want to consider giving some big out-of-cycle pay raises. Otherwise, you know, the unsolicited recruiter messages on LinkedIn, you know, offering upwards of 200 grand might be very attractive. And this is something that I like selfishly I just want to see more. Is I would love to see more 4-day work weeks. I feel like this is something that a lot of like employees, you know, candidates, job seekers are asking for and would like. I personally would love it. It just makes sense. I haven't seen a ton of employers implementing this, but I've seen a few starting. So I think that might be like directionally where we're headed. And I mean, just to paint a picture, if you've got all these things covered, everything on this list, if you start to do, right, you give your employees the support and flexibility that they need, you offer a 4-day work week, you pay competitive salaries, you're setting yourself up for an environment where people are going to want to stick around for a long time. And that's sort of like the ultimate goal here. So we haven't talked at all about diversity yet. And this is something that's really important. The data here for this chart comes from Stack Overflow, which is a little bit suspect, but the important thing is the directional trends. And so the sort of purple solid bar, that represents white cisgendered men. This is all developers. And as you, on the horizontal axis is experience. So as you go up the experience spectrum, at the very high end, around 80% of all developers are white cisgendered men. And then as you go down the experience spectrum, that percentage decreases. So at the bottom end of the spectrum, on the entry level and junior side, it's closer to 60%, which means the other 40% are these historically marginalized and underrepresented folks. And I mean, if you're looking at this, I think it's pretty obvious that if diversity is a priority, you really need to be open to hiring junior. And as we've already sort of talked about, like optimizing for the experience your employees have at work, it's not just enough to bring them into your organization. You also need to invest in and support these junior folks to help them become the rock star members of your team that you'd like them to become as well. And so I've given talks like this a number of times in the last handful of years. I see a lot of friends in the audience, and I've been hammering home this point that employers should be open to hiring junior. And I want to sort of, given the spirit of MinneStar and that this is a community-oriented and community-driven thing, I want to challenge all the folks in the room. Like it doesn't have to necessarily be developers. Like for experienced folks, the question is, how can you open the door for somebody more junior? And that can manifest in many different ways. For starters, you can start asking the hard questions at work about if you're open to hiring junior, and start advocating for those changes to make it possible, to make it a reality. When you're interviewing at new companies, ask prospective employers if they hire junior, and if not, why not? I think putting pressure both from within and externally is not going to hurt anything. That's for sure. And then also, I mean, again, in the spirit of MinneStar, if you're somebody who's on the experience end of the spectrum and you want to help a junior dev, maybe go on Twitter and use the Minnebar hashtag and tweet that you're game to help. And likewise, if you're on the junior side of things and you're looking for mentors, feel free to post on Twitter too. And then again, like there's some opportunities for getting together in person today later. So if anything else comes of it, that'd be fantastic. And with that, thank you so much. You can find me on the internet. I'm Experiment on Twitter, and invisiblenetwork.com is the URL for Invisible Network. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Charles Edge. I'm also on the board of MinneStar. Thanks for sticking around. I know it gets to be kind of a little bit of a long day as we go on. I was asked to mention that if you enjoyed Matt's talk, be sure to check out the MinneStar State of Tech Hiring in MN series coming on November 17th and December 1st with Matt as well, and several other tech leaders. So I mentioned it. So next up, we've got Tyler Webb and how to get your first 100,000 followers and why they don't matter. I matter if I'm following. Just throwing that out there. Thanks, Tyler. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Charles. Thank you, guys. You can hear me all right? Good. So I'm Tyler. Little backstory. So when I was in high school, honestly, I thought I'd made it. I was 16 years old, and I'd earned my first 100,000 followers. The story goes, there was a kid in my hometown of Green Bay, something I hope you don't hold against me these next 25 minutes, and he had grown this Twitter account to 10,000 followers before he was a junior in high school. And he was reaching 1 million people every single month, and I just remember being so enamored by the fact that some kid could create content, post content around something he was so passionate about and reach so many people. And he was from the same city that I was. So I didn't have any prerequisite skill to help him, but I knew I needed to be a part of this somehow. So he agreed to take a meeting with me, and through some false posturing, some self-confidence that I'm a little too good at sometimes, he agreed to let me help. And throughout the rest of high school into college, we grew this account to 150,000 followers. We were reaching 10+ million people every single month. The trajectory was incredible, and I thought, man, I'm 16, 17 years old. Is it always going to be this easy? And through the content we were posting, a lot of it was just this curated football content, stuff we didn't even own. But we were able to build this community of 6 figures worth of people, able to do some really cool things. We were developing merchandise lines. We were developing sub-brands in other sports. We had a team of 8 people that was working for us to help on all of these projects. We were working with sponsors that were really big in the football space. I even got on the field of a University of Minnesota game just because some coach who had followed us thought, these kids look like they'd want to be at the field, and they were completely right. It was awesome. And things were going so well. We even had reached the point where on Twitter, and I don't know if they still do this, but when you created a new account and you selected football as one of your interests, they would suggest that you followed us. So there was one point where every single week we were getting 10,000 new followers of new accounts. And again, I thought, man, I think life is just always going to be this easy. There is no way things are ever going to take a turn for the worst. Until they inevitably did, right? So Twitter, without much forewarning, changed their copyright policy, and all of this content that we were curating that we didn't technically own stood in violation of these copyright policies, and our account was indefinitely suspended. But you're probably sitting here thinking, okay, Tyler, you seem like a smart enough guy. You probably had the foresight to take some of these followers and move them to Instagram or Facebook and take all of your eggs out of one basket. And the short answer is no, we did not have that foresight. So when this account was suspended, as were our access to those 150,000 followers. But you heard me talk about some sponsors, so we probably had a little bit of money saved up to go out and maybe pivot the brand, work on the merchandise line, and we didn't. We were only making $200 a month, and we were splitting that between 8 people. And the moral of the story isn't meant to be a pity party for me, although at the time it was probably the most devastating thing to happen to a 17-year-old on the face of the earth. But it acts as a lesson, and it's a lesson that I know I've carried through with me into my now young career. And that is, if you're focused on followers as the outcome, you're already doing it wrong. And to be honest with you, we didn't take very good care of these people that followed us. We saw their engagement with us and their engagement with our account as an outcome of what we were doing. What I want to talk about today is how we can turn that on its head, and how we can take what we think to be an outcome of following and lead with digital engagement, and take engagement and put it out in front and have it act as the reason for our growth. I nailed that timing, didn't I? So we have to answer this question before we can start engaging with those people. How do we grow a following? Because in order to have people to engage with, we have to first have them be there. And if you don't take anything else away from this presentation today, I want you to understand the next slide, because this is the driving force behind what all of these platforms do. The driving force behind the algorithms that you hear so much about, behind the machine learning that run these platforms. And their goal is to keep users on the platform longer. If they can do that, they can make more money, they can monetize your users, you as users more and more, and the cottage industry that has developed around these algorithms changing. You'll see people that are experts in social media, and there are certainly a lot of people who know what they're talking about, but if they were just to distill everything they're talking about, it would be to get to this final utopia. If Mark Zuckerberg had a fever dream, it would be that you never left Facebook, right? And that's part of the reason he's developing Metaverse. But we also see this on other platforms that we don't usually closely associate with social media. Airbnb, for instance, obviously got popular off of vacation rentals, but they don't want you to leave the platform once you found a place to stay. So now they offer experiences that you can book once you get there. DoorDash obviously is popular for food delivery, but if you feel like cooking, you can now get your groceries with DoorDash. Similarly, Amazon, you might feel a need to decompress with shopping, but you can also do that with your music and streaming library. Consider something like Instagram, a platform that we obviously more closely associate with social media, and they're now allowing you to have the entire shopping process facilitated on their platform. So before, when you had to go to somebody's link in bio, click off the platform, and maybe never return, you could have this whole process facilitated within Instagram. And their hope is obviously that you stick around and you keep scrolling, and they can monetize your ad impressions. So now that we understand what happens to our content, or how the algorithm drives our content, we need to see, okay, when it's given up, when we post it, what actually goes about. So I think we all intuitively understand that our content isn't seen by all of the people that follow us. If that were the case, when we posted to 20,000 followers on Facebook, we would get 20,000 impressions, and we'd probably get a lot more likes than we're getting right now. But that's not the case. And so what happens is that our content is shown to a subset of users first. So let's say it's shown first to 100 users, and that content is given a score based on engagement. And that score is weighted by what we talked about earlier. How long does the content keep users on the platform? So something like a video replay is going to be worth much more than a like because somebody likes it and keeps scrolling. Once that content is scored, that score is given back to the algorithm, the machine learning, and it's moved up to the next section, only if it's deemed to have a high enough score. And this will happen over and over and over again until it reaches all maximum relevant users. This is where we see our content going viral. But I think we also understand that not every platform has the same potential for this organic reach. I think you guys would probably tell me, even though I'm the guy talking to you about social media, that TikTok is probably better for reaching people than Facebook is, right? And there are a couple platforms and features on platforms that are better for this organic reach. A couple that I really like right now are Instagram Reels, of course TikTok, something that's been really popular the past year and a half, and LinkedIn Video, especially for you people that work in B2B. But I don't want you to just look at these platforms and these features and say, okay, there's a guy with a clicker on stage that's telling me about them. These are probably the good ones, the only ones I'm going to focus on going forward. Because new platforms and new features are coming out it seems like every single day. And that could be overwhelming because we can think, God, we got to be on every single one of these platforms. We have to be using every single one of these features. And I would posit that that's not true. As long as some of these features or some of these platforms check a couple of boxes, those should be the ones that we're focusing on. Those are going to be the ones that give us the biggest bang for our buck. So at the same time that you see me recommending you these platforms, I don't want you just to say, okay, these are it, I'm going to go forward. We have to understand why we want to be using them. And the first reason behind why these platforms are so good, in my opinion, is because they satisfy some condition within the content discoverability curve. So to explain this, I'm sure we're all familiar with the microeconomic concept of supply and demand, right? There's two lines, and where they meet, we have an equilibrium of price and quantity. We can think of content in a very similar way. On the y-axis, we have discoverability, and on the x-axis, we have quantity of content. So if we assume, for the sample's purposes, that content demand doesn't really change with this platform, what's going to change, what we're going to focus on, is how much content, what the supply of content is on that platform. So what I mean by discoverability is just how easy is it for people to find your content, people that don't already follow you. Okay, so on a new platform, like we see here, your discoverability is pretty high because not a lot of people are on that platform creating content. You're not competing with a lot of content to get found. However, as that platform becomes more mature and as more people come to that platform to create, the supply is going to increase. But that's going to impact your discoverability, which is going to inevitably decrease. You can also think about it as you're now just competing with more people to have your content be found. The second part of this scorecard, if you would like to call it that, is the dynamics of the creator economy. And I honestly probably could have given a 25-minute conversation about the creator economy, a new term that's sort of been emerging when we talk about people that are acting as influencers for a living. And there's this really interesting conversation a TikTok executive had where he talked about the fact that they bolstered a couple creators on their platform to act as aspirational figures. So you can think of, if you've heard the names Charli D'Amelio or Addison Rae, these like really popular TikTok stars. They have hundreds of millions of followers. And they were bolstered within TikTok's algorithm to act as aspirational figures. So when new users came to the platform, they saw these certain individuals and said, oh, they're not that different from me. I could, if I created on this platform, end up being as famous as them. So what we need to consider when we look at platforms that we consider putting our attention towards, we need to look at, are they incentivizing creation in the same way? So if we look at one platform that's going to be on one end of the spectrum, we have Twitter, where 10% of the users are responsible for posting 80% of tweets. That's going to have a really short-tail distribution of content being created. If we juxtapose this with TikTok, we have 83% of users that have posted a video on the platform, which gives us a longer tail. There's going to be more volume of content being created. But why is this important at all? Well, if we look back to what I said at the very beginning, remember I told you it was the most important slide, the goal of these platforms is to try to keep people on them for longer. And the golden goose of doing this is having people create. I don't know if you've ever created a TikTok or an Instagram reel, but it is one of the most infuriating things that you could ever do. But beyond spending time creating that content, you also are going to come back and check in on how many likes you're getting and how many comments you're getting. You might fire back some comments. You might look at the people that are engaging with your content. So you're spending exponentially more time on that platform than you would if you were just creating or if you were just consuming. So we need to be looking at the platforms and the features on certain platforms that are incentivizing this creation. And TikTok does a really good job incentivizing with trends and sounds, but there are going to be new platforms that emerge that might fit the same criteria. So now that we've discussed a little bit behind the why, what makes these platforms run, I want to send you away with a few pragmatic tips of how you can apply this understanding. So the first thing I would like you to remember is that there is unfortunately going to be a threshold on certain social media platforms for you to obtain organic growth. So all that means, if we use Instagram as an example, is that you're going to have 2,000 followers before you can consistently be seen on the Explore page, be seen by people that don't already follow you. And so my suggestion to you would be to make sure you're doing close to whatever you can. I'm not going to tell you to buy followers, but do close to whatever you can by collaborating or getting shout-outs to get to that threshold so that you can start ranking more consistently in the algorithm. The second part of this is making sure we're responding to every single comment. If we go back to that engagement score, we know that comments give us points. And when we comment and we respond to comments on our post, that's going to increase the amount of points that we have. So if we were able to increase our engagement score on every single post, why wouldn't we, right? Thirdly, I want us to make sure we're focusing on features that a platform is promoting. So if we look at something like Twitter Spaces or LinkedIn having stories for a while, or even Instagram Reels, these are new platforms that they're rolling out to oftentimes compete with other platforms, right? And so they are going to, in an attempt to siphon you away from the old platform, increase your views or your reach early on. So my thought to you is, let's use those features early and often to take advantage of that wave of organic reach. Finally, we need to make sure we're creating content for the half-a-second end user. And this thought sort of falls into two parts. So the first part is that we all probably understand that you're not spending a lot of time on a piece of content, right? You got to get their attention right away. And we can do that from making sure the content is formatted the right way. If we're on a vertical platform, making sure our video is cropped vertically versus a horizontal video platform. Making sure the first part of our video or our graphics are really engaging, making people want to watch or scroll through more. Making sure our caption is something that people actually want to read through and they might want to engage with in the comments. The second part of this is making sure we're creating with an end user in mind. I often like to have 1 to 3 personas that I'm creating for. And it acts as a litmus test for me to say, okay, would this type of person actually be engaged with this content? Would they actually like this content? And fortunately for me, oftentimes when I run client social media pages, that end user or that persona is me. So I can use myself as a litmus test and say, is this something that I'd actually enjoy? And we're going to be our own biggest critics, but at the same time, we are the ones creating the content. So we have to be honest with ourselves and say, even though I spent all this time on this content, is this something that is really going to resonate with that end user? And I want to sit on that last point for a second because you might think I'm hyperbolizing when I'm saying you only get half a second to capture somebody's attention. But in reality, users only spend 1.7 seconds on a piece of content before they end up scrolling on. This is according to Facebook. So we have to make sure that, on average, we're creating content that can grab people under 2 seconds. But there's another side of that coin where we can't just be creating content that people only consume for 2 seconds. Because if we did that, we'd never have the forum to share our story, share our brand message, make a final pitch, whatever our call to action is. So we have to make sure we're allowing for our content to facilitate engagement along each step, how often people or how willing people are to commit or engage with our content. And to do that, I want to introduce a concept to you that I call levels of engagement. So the way I think about this is through the traditional sales funnel. So if you have a list of cold prospects that you're calling, you're not going to call them and give them a 45-minute presentation on why your product or service is for them, right? You might qualify them with a couple questions, and only after that you might send them a one-pager, and then you'll follow up with a longer presentation. And only once you've gone through all those steps will you make your final offer, will you make your final pitch. We can think about social media in a very similar way. We're not going to lead with our longest form content. We're not going to lead with a 15-minute video of what we're about. That barrier to entry is way too high. We're going to start off with something that allows the consumer to qualify themselves as to if we're a brand or if this is content they want to keep engaging with. And then we can start introducing longer and longer forms of content that they might spend more time consuming. At the end of that, then we'll have a call to action. And for many of us, it might not be a sale. It might just be a click over to a website. To ground this in a more specific example, we can look at a real estate agent that I work with here in Minneapolis. And all this content is going to be curated around a single property. So first, we might introduce a new consumer or a new user on Instagram, let's say, to a graphic that has high-level information about the property. They can scroll through it in that 1.7 seconds-ish, and they can see if this property is something that's for them. Once they've decided that this is something they might want to pursue, then we might have a longer text post. Then we might follow that up with a video that they can watch. And then there might also be a longer form video where the real estate agent is sharing a little bit more about himself and about the story of the property. And only once that person has gone through all of those levels and they've engaged at each of those steps would we follow up with some sort of call to action. And that could be a click over to a website to schedule a tour, or maybe the real estate agent follows up with a DM. I think we often get stuck in this trap, too, of thinking that, okay, engagement rate is measured on social media, for those of you who don't know, by likes, comments, and shares divided by how many people follow you. That's the traditional engagement rate metric. But that's not all engagement has to be. It can be something that's facilitated in the direct messages. It can also be something that happens on Slack or Discord. Slack is a platform that I've been using a lot recently, not only for work, but as a way to take people from an Instagram page and move them to a place that can better facilitate that sort of communication or community that people often crave. Then there's another level to that, where people are willing to pay to see your content and to be a part of this community that you're creating. And that's where platforms like Patreon and even OnlyFans might come in. But however you choose to engage with your communities, what you have to remember is that what you're trying to do is replicate that one-on-one human interaction at scale. And this can be at any scale. Imagine if you were to walk into a room and there were 75, maybe 100 people here that wanted to listen to what you had to say. How would you feel? You'd probably feel a little nervous, maybe excited, kind of confused while they're all here to listen to you. I'm feeling a little bit of all of those things right about now. But that's the same opportunity that we have when we put an Instagram story up to 100 followers. Now, it's the same opportunity that you have, that I have, standing before you today. And going forward, I hope that you choose to take the chance on that unique opportunity to start a new job, to get a new client, to start a new side hustle. Because increasingly, we're going to become a society that's more concerned with consumer privacy and the effects that these algorithms have had on people. And all that means for us marketers is that it's going to be harder to grow than it was 5 years ago. It's going to be harder for a high school kid like me to get 150,000 followers on Twitter. So this means that we should be focusing on creating the infrastructure around the content we're creating and taking a more proactive role in cultivating the communities that we want. We need to make sure that we're allowing for these different levels of engagement and focusing on making sure that we're able to tell our story in unique ways every single time. I don't want any platform outage or any copyright policy violation, in my case, to be the reason that we lose the ability to reach and share our message with different people. We need to remember that 100,000 followers isn't a goal. It's an outcome. All we're trying to do at the end of the day with social media is give people our pitch of why they should listen to us. And in order to do that most effectively, we need to make sure that engagement is the reason for our growth and not just the byproduct of it. Thank you.
everyone. Thank you for sticking around. This is going to be our last talk. By the way, I'm Eve. I'm back. I didn't introduce myself the first time, but I'm Eve. I'm really happy and excited to announce this next presenter here because just like him, I also started a side hustle during the pandemic based on my pandemic hobby. So I'm really interested in seeing how Jeff here has turned his Airbnb business into a side hustle. And shout out to Tyler too, because I'm gonna go home and make some more reels. So without further ado, put your hands together for Jeff Lynn and welcome to the stage.
Thank you. All right, thanks everyone. Thanks for sticking around. We're in the bottom of the ninth. Feel free to grab a beer early if you want. This is not a serious talk at all. My name is Jeff Lynn. I'm the CEO of a company called Bust Out. We design and build websites, mobile apps, and digital experiences. This talk has nothing to do with what I do for a living. This is about Airbnb as a side hustle. It started in 2007 when I bought a house and was a single dude, a small house, about 1,000 square feet, story and a half, 3 bedrooms. And then I proposed to my girlfriend, got married, we got a dog, we had a kid, another kid, and then when Eleanor came around, the little engine that could, in 2016, we realized that our 1,000 square foot house was just way too small for this family of 5 plus a dog. And so we decided that we needed to move. Then, of course, the question is, all right, what do we do with the home? The obvious answer is you sell it. Second, slightly less obvious answer, but second option is, well, find a renter. You know, we can keep this property. It's in Uptown. It's a good neighborhood. Get a renter and become landlords. My preference was to just let's try something. Let's experiment a little bit. And so we have options. There are a lot of home sharing platforms out there on the market today. Obvious ones, everyone knows Airbnb, VRBO or Verbo or whatever they're called now. Homestay, Zeus, Avail, Sonder, Agoda, D-Travel, Landing, Plum, Guide, Homeroom. There's probably about a dozen more. Full disclosure, D-Travel is a client of ours. Check them out. They're pretty cool. We just launched their web platform 3 days ago. It's the first decentralized autonomous organization that is launching their own cryptocurrency, the TRVL token. This is not a pitch for them. I was just kind of excited about it. So we decided to do Airbnb, or actually say I decided to do Airbnb. My wife just wanted to get rid of the house. I convinced her to let me experiment with an Airbnb. So I figured, how hard can this be? Take some photos, list it on Airbnb, make some house rules. And the only house rules I could think of was like, all right, I don't want any parties and I don't want any smoking in the house. I'm like, yeah, that should be good, right? No, this is what happened. We got a lot of parties at our house. Our very first guest was a lovely woman from France who was visiting her daughter who was graduating from the U of M. We were off to a fantastic start, became friends with her. She invited us to her house in the south of France. I've got a place to stay anytime I want to go there. That was amazing. Our very second guest, we got a call at 3 in the morning from our alarm system. The smoke alarm was going off, and they asked, do we need a fire truck? And of course, I'm not at the house. I'm about a mile away. I said, yes, send the fire trucks. I don't know if the house is burning down or not. So I jump out of bed at 3 in the morning, get my clothes on. I rush down Hennepin Avenue to the house. Fire trucks are there. They're actually pulling away, which is a good sign. I go in the house, and I scared the living lights out of about 22 teenage girls. And I'm like, where's the fire? They're like, there's no fire. I'm like, who's smoking? Nobody's smoking. I'm like, are you guys drinking? They're like, no, we're not drinking. And I'm like, looking around, and there was a birthday cake, there was a bunch of 2-liter bottles of Coke, and a bunch of 18-year-old girls having a birthday party, very innocent. I'm like, well, what happened? One of the girls said, I pushed this button. I'm like, the button with the fire symbol on it? Yes. All right, don't do that. Another disaster came when I went to a house after a guest checked out, and there was a really odd smell in the house, something I'd never smelled before. I'm like, I don't know, this doesn't feel safe, first of all. And so I'm like, who do I call? I called the fire department. I'm like, there's a smell. Can you come here smell this? Like, nah, we don't do that. I'm like, all right, who do I call? They're like, I call the police. And for the record, I voted yes, but there's a use for the police sometimes. I wish there was a department of weird smells. I would have called them, but called the cops. Police officer shows up at the door, kind of looks at this place funny. He goes, we were here last night. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, you guys were having a party. I'm like, no, not you guys, my guests. And this is when I realized that things were not going well. I was failing at being an Airbnb host. People were violating my house rules. Quick question, what do you think that thing on the bottom left is? Anybody? It's a security tag for a piece of clothing. It took me a long time to figure that out. But somebody was shoplifting and leaving their security tags in the house. Broken window, police reports. Somebody left their cocaine and heroin and a bedazzled bottle of Hennessy. So I needed a better strategy to figure out how to deal with the parties. And I'm like, I think I'm kind of an innovative guy. Like I like to solve problems or whatever. So I'm like, you know what? Snap map. If there's a party going on at the house, people are going to be posting to Snapchat, and there's going to be a heat map over my house. And sure enough, a couple weeks later, there's a guy coming into town from Chicago, and he said, it's my 30th birthday. I have a bunch of friends in Minneapolis, and I'm coming to stage your Airbnb. I said, well, dude, happy birthday, but man, there are no parties allowed, and there's no smoking allowed in the house. And he said, totally cool. I promise you, I will not have a party in the house. Saturday night, about midnight, I checked the snap map, and sure enough, there's a red dot right above my house. I'm like, God darn it, this guy's having a party. So you click on it, I see the snaps, and it's him alone in the house, singing songs to nobody in the entire living room, but he's smoking a lot of weed. And so I kind of let that one go. I'm like, all right, man, I turned 30 at 1.2. I had a party. He didn't throw a party. He violated 1 out of 2 rules. I'll let it go. Still, needed to figure out a way to get better at this. So here's my advice. After many, many failed guests, dealing with problems, dealing with the police, dealing with the fire department, I've learned a lot of things. So I'm going to boil it down to 5 steps to Airbnb inner peace. Step 1, it took me a few years to figure this one out. Set your minimum night stay to 5 or more nights. Okay, what do you think happened right after I did that? The party scene stopped immediately. This solved my biggest problem with people coming to the house, having parties, trashing the place. Not only that, but less turnovers. It became a little bit slower paced, which is what I wanted. I want, as a side hustle, you want this to be something that's hands-off, easy, passive income, basically do as little work as possible, and setting a minimum night stay to 5 or more nights really, really helped. Number 2, allow pets. Okay, this sounds a little counterintuitive, right? Because imagine if you were going to invite guests to your house, and they're like, I want to bring my dog. Like, well, it's going to poop in the house or pee on furniture. It's got fur. It's going to, just dirty. And so a lot of hosts, including myself early on, we did not allow pets. Well, it turns out, how many of you are pet owners? Okay. Do you care for your animal? Do you love your animal? Are you responsible with your animal? He's shaking his head no. Turns out people who care for animals are generally pretty responsible people. And when we started allowing families or guests with pets, they vacuumed the house for us. And they took care of the place. And it actually started to work out. Second side benefit of allowing pets is, since most hosts do not allow pets, what do you think happens to the competition? Well, when there's a guest coming to town and they're like, I need an Airbnb and I need to check the box that says allow pets. Well, your competition all of a sudden just shrank. And so now our house was booking a lot of people that had pets. Raise your nightly rate. This one's fairly obvious. You know, the side hustle, you're in it to make some money, and so raise your rates. We started out pretty low. I'm happy to talk numbers with anybody at the happy hour, but just briefly, like, we started off around $90 a night for a 3-bedroom house, sleeps 5 people. That was on the lower end of our competition. And then we just slowly started raising the rates up. And of course, as you raise your rates, you see a few less bookings. But ultimately, we've found the optimal point where the nightly rate was high enough to compensate for the fewer bookings, and revenue stayed the same. Offer significant discounts for stays over 30 days. Okay, this was a game changer. So in March of 2020, we all know what happened. We lost 3 months worth of bookings, just overnight. All of our bookings pulled out. They were 5 to 10 night stays, and they all just vanished. A lot of hosts at that time panicked and either sold their houses, got long-term rentals, or just did something different. They pulled out of Airbnb. We decided that we would just stick it out and see what happens. And we tried a lot of different innovative things. We tried to attract homeschooling families. We tried to attract longer-term stays by setting a huge discount. We discounted our rate 55%. If you were willing to book 30 days or more, you got a 55% discount. What ended up happening is we were booked up 99% capacity from May 2020 through June 2021. We had people coming in from New York City. New York was ground zero. The place was falling apart. People were getting sick. A lot of people were dying. Families were getting out of New York City. And turns out there's a lot of Minnesotans who moved to New York who are ready to come back and work from home. And so we had Minnesotan families come back from New York City, and they just needed a place to stay to wait for the pandemic to pass. And so we got 3-month bookings, 6-month booking, 5-month booking. So we had 4 guests over the course of 12 or 13 months. That was the most passive income I've ever had. We basically did nothing. They owned the house, they rented, it was their place, and we just had to sit back and just make sure that they were okay. There is a thing with, like, you know, the neighbors. If you live in a house and and the house next to you is an Airbnb, sure, that's slightly less desirable. I don't think I would like that myself. So we try and be the best possible hosts for the neighborhood as we can. And so, you know, the party scene was terrible for the neighbors, but we kind of solved that problem. And then I started basically greeting all of the neighbors and saying, hey, we're running an Airbnb. Here's my number. If you ever see anything or need anything, you just call me. Please don't call the cops first. Call me. We'll take care of it. And we offered them discounts. Turns out there's a lot of people who have family come in to visit. Maybe their condo's too small or their house is too small, or they just don't like their in-laws that much. And they're willing to put their guests in our house, and we're going to give them a really nice discount. And so not only did we help them out, but we made good neighbors. So these were all good business lessons. If you do decide to do an Airbnb, try these tips. I think these are born out of my own failures. But there is one thing that I've learned that I think is really, really cool, really valuable, and hopefully the reason why you're all here today. I'm basically running a hotel, right? I've figured out so many things. I've figured out, like, what carpet doesn't stain. I figured out what landscaping is maintenance-free. And I've figured out how to fold a fitted sheet. So, this, first time at Minnebar ever. A fitted sheet is basically a 3-dimensional shape, right? A flat sheet, it's easy. It's 2 dimensions. You know how to fold a flat sheet. You just go fold, fold, fold. It's flat. How many people get frustrated with fitted sheets? Yeah. You do this, and then it kind of looks like this when you're done. And man, it's just, if you have that tick that I do, you want everything to be nice and perfect. So here's a three-dimensional basically a hemisphere. Imagine a hemisphere, okay? So what you're going to do is you're actually going to fold the hemisphere, flip it inside out against itself. The way you do that is you put your fingertips in the corners here. You kind of flip it over like this. Whoops. Hold on one second. Like this. You flip it over, and then you have sort of a hemisphere, right? And you've got these two corners that are now flipped over against themselves. And then you do it again. So you take the hemisphere, you fold it kind of into like a fourth of a hemisphere, take your corners, meet them up, flip one end over the other. And what you have now is something that is relatively flat. And so I have this, a little difficult without a table, but I'm going to try and do it here. You kind of lay it down, and then you fold it into thirds. So you take one side, fold it in. Take the other side, you fold that in, and then you fold it up into thirds again. A third, and what you're left with is a really nicely folded sheet. You're welcome. Okay, kind of joking aside, business tips aside, parties aside, I have learned quite a bit through being a host. And the one thing that I think is really, truly my take-home message is that it's all about the people. You're their host, they are your guests. It's about them and their experiences. What started off as a side hustle really turned into an experience for me. I've welcomed 387 people from about 40 states, 6 continents, 18 countries, and they're all from one planet. It has taught me that humanity is wonderful. We've had a really tough last year and a half, the world has, and we've still had people coming to our house. Some of them I don't meet, a lot of them I do, some of them I keep in touch today, and they're people from all around the world. So if anybody ever tells you that Minneapolis or the Twin Cities is flyover country, you can tell them they're wrong. There's people from all around the world. There's a guest from China in my house right now. But hosts all around the world are experiencing what I'm experiencing, which is when you open your heart and you open your house to somebody else, a complete stranger, really magical things will happen. They're going to have an experience to remember, and they're going to create memories that they're going to remember forever.
Let us die young or let us live forever. We don't have the power, but we never say never. Sitting in the sandpit, life is a short trip. The music's for the sad men. Can you imagine when the race is won? Turning our golden faces towards the sun. Praising our leaders, we're getting in tune. The music's played by the madmen. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever, forever and ever? Forever young.
Thank you.
You can download the Hydra FPV app, Hydra FPV. You can actually predict the outcomes of the racing heats and play against everybody else here and see who's the best predictor of drone racing success. So you have that option. I don't think we have any prizes or anything, but just for like bragging rights. If you want to predict the pilots better than everybody else, the Hydra FPV app. I know he wants to play. For sure. Okay, so let's meet the pilots. There are 4 of them. If you don't want to worry about drone racing, you can just mind your business. That's fine. But first up, I think we're going backwards. From Eden Prairie, Minnesota, where he is an attorney, one of our favorite drone racing pilots, we have Wombat Control, Jay Redding. Come on up here, Wombat Control. All right, Jay, can you plug your drone in so we see what it looks like? All right, Wombat Control has a red light with a black canopy. How do you feel about flying at Target Field?
This is a fun course. It's going to be very fast.
Awesome. All right, that is Wombat Control. You may want to pick him if you think he looks like a good pilot. It's up to you. All right, next up, a pilot that doesn't have much of a profile. I don't even know where he's from. Maybe he'll tell us. I don't know what he does. He just showed up today. This is Justin Peterson, JPED FPV. What does it look like, Justin? Like a teal and a purple. What do you do?
I work.
He works. Okay. Mystery man, you decide. All right. That was the senior team. Now we got a couple college students from the University of Minnesota coming up, including the pilot. When I first met this pilot, we called him the teen sensation. Well, now he's 22. That's amazing. Absolutely crushing at the University of Minnesota. Originally from Farmington. Let's call him up here. Sam Westlake, Nautilus FPV. Nautilus FPV. You guys can clap and cheer if you want, you know. Okay. All right, Sam, what color is... Oh, you got the pink going.
All pink, yeah.
And you have a University of Minnesota drone racing team that's going to be racing here in 2 weeks at the Youth Drone Sports Championships Fall Regional Championship, right?
That's right, yeah. We have about 7 or 8 pilots coming to race in a couple weeks here. I'm super excited.
All right, all you U of M fans out there, I know there are many of you. You got to cheer for the U of M drone racing team led by Nautilus FPV and another pilot from the U of M. He's just a freshman there, just getting started. That is not his real picture. That's a picture of another pilot that he likes to make fun of sometimes. Here's the real guy, Clayton Horseman Olson, pilot named Speedy. Speedy, how is college treating you so far?
It's been good. Courses are definitely tougher, but it's been fun.
All right, what does your drone look like, Speedy? That looks a lot like JPED FPVs. All right, we're going to try to make sense of it. Thank you for being here, Speedy. Good luck to you. Okay. Now, when the pilots are flying, we're going to see what the drone sees on the screen. This is first-person view drone piloting. The pilots wear goggles. We can take that video and put it up on the screen, which is cool. You've seen the 4 pilots. You are welcome to now rank them in order of how you think they're going to finish in this first race heat, if you want to. Optional. Hydra FPV app. All right, I think they're ready. Oh, the course is going to start there. It's going to go around, and then it's going to come through the chandelier and finish there. That's all you need to know. So start there. They go around this. They go in the back, through the chandelier, finish there. That's the finish line. Oh, and there's the rules for how to play if you want to play. Try to pick the full finish order. If you get first place correct, you double your wager. First and second, you triple your wager. If you get them all right, you quintuple your wager. Here they come. Nautilus FPV likes to stand. Speedy, we got the 2 gophers right here. Then Wombat and JPED. Here they are. Looks like they're ready to go, Joel.
Pilots, arm your quads.
Only at Minnebar, everybody. Drone racing.
On the tone in less than 5.
All right, they are off. They got to go twice around that pole or that video board. It looks like it's JPED and Speedy right now. I can't tell them apart. Now we're into the Gold Glove slalom. They are slaloming the Gold Glove section. There's a little skinny slalom over there. Let's see what's happening. We got 4 video feeds up. Let's go with the 3-in-1, Joel. I think that's easier. They're going to go around the Great Glass Elevator in the back. I got to believe that is... Here he comes. Is that Nautilus? That's Nautilus. Takes first. This looks like that was Speedy. Here comes Wombat and oh! Very close between Wombat and JPED. We might have to roll that back, Joel. We've got instant DVR. It is drone racing, the only sport with cameras built in. We might have to roll that back because I think Wombat came through first. But I think JPED somehow, let's watch that back. Do you have to go through the whole thing? Hey, the finish has to be through the entire cube, right? Not just through the front of the cube, or through the whole cube? Is it just in the cube?
As long as they pass the first threshold, well, because we
I think Jay got in first then.
because there's no blocking to it, right? So they can have time to like
Just
slow
into the cube.
afterwards.
So did Jay officially get third there? You had the edge on him at the end, but you crashed in it, but you didn't get through it. That's what. But if you just in it to win it. What's that? Yeah, it is over there. Just right to here. Just right to here, right? Into the cube. Okay. All right. Are they all on brushless? They don't need to worry about motors. I think so. Did you get the finish order? Okay. One back up there. All right, let's get a quick leaderboard update. By the way, if anybody is interested in learning how to do this, we've had a couple people ask. If you want to learn how to fly drones in first-person view, if you can do this, you can fly any drone, by the way. This is the hardest drone you'll ever learn how to fly. If you get good at this, you can fly any drone. It's a good skill to have. Just come see me. We can set you up. We'll teach you how. Takes a while, but it's really fun. All right, there's your leaderboard. Officially, Wombat took third in that one, so I don't know if we have a fan leaderboard. If anyone's playing along, you can get your name on the big board if you download the Hydra FPV app and play along. Oh, there it is. We have the Heat winner, Netizen. Imagine that. He's my partner. He built the system, but he's playing. He is playing. Well done, Netizen. If you want to get your name up there, fan board's wide open. Okay, the pilots are ready. We're going again.
Pilots, arm your quads. On the tone in less than 5.
All right, there they go again, around the video pole. That looks like Nautilus again. I got to be able to tell pink from purple. They are in the Gold Glove Slalom. Nautilus FPV from the University of Minnesota being chased. Gophers out there, cheer on your Gopher pilots. They are 1 and 2, going around the Great Glass Elevator. Watch for them coming through the chandelier. It looks like Nautilus again, if I'm not mistaken, and he's through. Nautilus, followed by Speedy. What happened there? Wombat's in. Wombat is in, and here comes JPED FPV. I'm just going to tell you, I'm assuming that. The drones look too much alike. I wish we could change it, but we can't right now. Okay. Same finish order as before. You might now have insight into how they're going to do. If you want to pick. All right, while they get ready to fly again, just know that we do have a youth program, the Youth Drone Sports Championships. We will be back here racing 2 weeks from today for our North Regional Championship in the YDSC. Pilots, high school, middle school pilots from all over, college pilots, including the University of Minnesota team, will be here flying at Truly on Deck again. So if you're interested in seeing more, seeing the best, look at that. GWG is playing along. The fan board is filling up. Why are the points all even for the pilots? That doesn't look right. Did I call the finish order completely wrong there? I don't know if I did or not. There we go. There's the right score. We're talking about staggering the start for the seniors. This is a young person's sport, by the way. The best drone racing pilots in the world are teenagers. These college students are pushing it. These other guys are really pushing it. All right, things are looking good for that University of Minnesota team. All you Gopher fans out there. Where's Paul the Beddings? You got to shift from the football team to the drone team, Paul.
On the tone.
All right, here we go.
5.
Oh, staggered start. Okay, what happened? Who is out front? It looks like... Okay, Nautilus has regained the lead. It's a tight pack, though, going through the Gold Glove Slalom. Into the skinny slalom area. Now they come... They have to go around that Hydra flag. Go around the Great Glass Elevator. Then back through the trophy section in the back. Oh! Nautilus could not get through the chandelier. He's got to try it again. And the chase pack catches up. Oh! Nautilus blocked the chandelier from the others. Is that Speedy? JPED that time takes third. And here comes Wombat Control fourth. Okay, it's getting interesting. Speedy, you were second again? Yep. Speedy, because you and Justin look so much alike, if I'm like asking if it's you coming through, try to give me a verbal cue, okay? Okay, JPED climbing up a little bit closer to wombat control. That was tricky through the chandelier. The chandelier does animate, by the way. We just don't have it animating at the moment. I was told we would. That's okay. Maybe it'll start moving and it'll start getting more complicated. But Nautilus, 3 for 3. He was the teen sensation. Maybe we'll check the leaderboard here. Netizen seems to know about these pilots. We're ready to go again. This is the 4th heat. Last time that was kind of a sneaky start.
On the tone in less than 5.
Okay, now we heard it. Look at them go around that video board. Nautilus setting the pace again. Look at that gold glove slalom. I think the people sitting over there have realized they shouldn't be. They can, but they may not want to. It's looking like maybe somebody might be able to catch Nautilus. Will they? Let's see. They got to go through that gate. No, there he is again. There goes that pilot, Nautilus FPV. Somebody's down along the tables. Who's that? Somebody's down. Wombat gets second. And that 3rd place was, I believe, Justin JPED, yes. And here comes Speedy. Speedy takes 4th that time. You never know what can happen in a drone race. You get caught somewhere. So Speedy, well, you don't say the second part now, do you? Okay. Just Speedy. Speedy takes 4th that time. If you can predict these unpredictable moments, you can really move up that fan leaderboard. All right, ready to go again, match 5. We've only got a couple more of these left, so enjoy the drone races.
On the tone in less than 5.
Look at that. Unbelievable. All the sports here at Target Field. Can anybody catch Nautilus FPV? They are coming for him. Look at this. I think Speedy is coming for his teammate. Anything can happen. A fluke accident, a midair. What can we see? We saw it in the chandelier before. There was a traffic jam. Who's going to get up there first? I think that was Nautilus again. Oh, look at this. Wombat control. Wombat second. Is that Speedy? Speedy third. And where is JPED? Here he comes. Let's hear it for JPED FPV. Nice finish. I don't have to be a mathematician. I think Nautilus is our leader. He is not lost. Looking very thoughtful in his profile picture also. All right, we have a young fan here. What do you think about the drone racing you're seeing today?
Great.
It's great. Have you ever seen anything like it?
No.
Do you think you'd like to race drones someday?
Sure.
Sure, that's the right answer. Awesome. Young fans. They're the future. Oh, we have another fan on the board. Happy is on the board. The right side of the leaderboard is the fans playing along. Tough to catch Netizen, but anything can happen. We might only have 2 heats left. I will. Young fan says, if you want me to be a drone pilot, just sign me up. I will do so. I will do it. We do have a youth league. We start them in elementary school. They learn how to fly in the simulator. Starting in middle school, they build these drones and they fly these drones and race them all over the country. Ooh, Wombat is coming for Speedy. Look at that. Speedy only has a 1-point lead on the board.
Pilots, arm your quads. On the tone in less than 5.
All right, keep an eye on the race within the race, everybody. Wombat control in red. The only red drone is knocking on the door of second place overall. He's got to keep up with Speedy. Right now, he is trailing the pack. Nautilus has been setting the pace all day long. I don't have good eyes on what's happening back there with the elevator. Coming through the gate, and oh, there's contact. Somebody went down back there. It's Nautilus, followed by that is Wombat coming in third, it looks like. Yes, Wombat third. Speedy took second. Here comes JPED fourth. What happened there? Once again, a lot of traffic in the chandelier, the TC. Coolest logo in all of professional sports, in my opinion. Okay, easier to see the drones as it gets darker outside. As we get closer to the end of the drone race, I just want to give a big shout out to Maria and everybody at MinneStar for putting this on today. I see her back there, but those of us remaining here, let's give a big round of applause for the MinneStar group that helped make this happen, the whole video crew. Thank you, guys. I see how many people are listening to me. I'm happy that we had Minnebar today. Really great to gather again. All right. Okay. Good to know. We'll see who's the fastest. All right, the last drone racing heat is up. This is the last one, everybody. Can anybody stop Nautilus FPV? This young man right here has won every single race. Maybe the others should team up, gang up, I don't know. If you're a Gopher fan, be excited. Wombat Control, the attorney from Eden Prairie, has been chasing Speedy.
Pilots, arm your quads.
All right, the last one is up.
On the tone in less than 5.
All right, get your video cameras out. Capture this. It's good for social media. Remember the talks we heard today. Oh, the slalom is claiming some victims over there, but they all get through into the skinny slalom. We've got a close one for our last one. The two Gopher pilots are neck and neck, blade to blade, as we say. But Nautilus has emerged again. 7 for 7. Oh! Speedy made it through. Wombat was chasing him, but he made an unscheduled landing. Here he comes, Wombat Control. And where is JPED? JPED, the mystery man, finishes strong. Nice job, JPED. Let's hear it for these pilots, the drone racers. Your happy hour entertainment at Minnebar, the Minnebar, the Mini Micro Rally. Your winner is Nautilus FPV. Nautilus, explain how you tackled this course today and what made you so successful.
Yeah, I think the key with a wide open course like this is to have really efficient lines and not go too far off the racing line. So my goal was really to just move as little as possible and make sure most of my momentum was going straight ahead.
Well, it absolutely worked for you. For those wondering out there, about how long did it take you to get proficient in flying so that you could even begin to fly a course like this? Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I think it really came in like big time for me around a year or year and a half. That's when I sort of developed the racing caliber that I needed to get here, yeah.
So it does take a while, a lot of practice. These pilots all just did something that's very difficult to do, so let's hear it for the pilots. Nice job, everybody. And watch out for that University of Minnesota Golden Gopher drone team back here 2 weeks from today, right here at Target Field. We'll be here all afternoon if you want to check it out. Free to attend. There will be student pilots from all over the metro, even some from out of state, racing with us on the 20th. Thank you again, MinneStar, for having us here today to race. Enjoy the rest of your happy hour, everybody. Fun to be here.